Podcast is live. Hold on. Okay, good afternoon, good evening, and good morning, wherever you are and watching us here on the Lingard Post. I'm Mama Lingard Sar, and of course, today we have a special post-election analysis show. We will be bringing you all the insights and having some guests that will also be sharing some of their thoughts on what happened during the election. So do stay tuned. Comme niñ doon wax rek foo leen mun ci di nekk rek di ñu seetaan ñu ngi leen di wax good afternoon, good morning, good evening. Di leen wax jërëjëf si ànd ak ñun fii Lingard Post tey nag moom is a special post-election analysis show. ñuy ànd si ak suñ gan yi nga xam ne si kanam tuuti ñoom itamit dinañ dugga ñu waxtaan si li nga xam ne mooy élection bi lan moo xew lu ta UDP ñàkka lu ta Barrow win lan moo jot yeneen opposition yi lan moo xew loolu yëpp tey bugga nañ ko fee waxtaanee ma ànd si rek as usual with Pa Os ak Nancy ñoom itamit dinañ ñëw dugga joxe li nga xam ne mooy seen xalaat so thank you so much for joining us here Bitun kafo nyamin dorong albe dawda mbal konton namba falale ko being a post-election analysis le sotojang. Naldunta Linger post the website www.lingerpost.com. Albajilal ko we have shared a lot of post analysis write-up from a lot of Gambians. We're doing a post analysis show. The Jibero ke la muneketa for UDP ya mang election o ganye. Muneketa oppositional fanana aning fana muneketa for ganye aro ye ganye roke. Be wole ka chala jambi ning Nancy Bijang and Paos as usual. And of course, I'll say fanang call kenole, I'll do program auto. So Nancy, let me let you say hello so we can continue.
Hello. We're back, the usual suspects. Hope you guys had a rest. You have rejuvenated from yesterday's show. Thank you for tuning in as usual. We are grateful that you're here on Linger Post with us to talk about the post-elections. And hopefully when we digest this one, we will all have hands on deck and rebuild or build Gambia, whichever way you want to take it. So thank you for tuning in. We're grateful.
Green. I'm using green.
Wow. Jërëjëf, hello again. Di nuyu ñëpp rek ñun la waat same faces pour ñu am proper dialogue on post elections and look at other issues. So stay tuned and then ñu hope ne tey nañ am nañ end up with a very conclusive views, disagree to agree, you know. Wow.
Disagree to agree.
Yes.
I love that. So today we're talking about elections. Last Saturday, by this time, you ngi nervous on. Now it's all done and dusted. Barrow won by 53%, which is quite a margin. And we're wondering, some are wondering what happened. Some want to know, what happened. A lot of people have written a lot of analysis on what happened, why they thought that Barrow won, but still, I think we can look at those analysis and see what happened. And of course,
I think it's. The straight answer is Adama Barrow won because Gambians voted for him. I mean, that's the bottom line, right? But I guess there are a lot of factors why people were shocked that Adama Barrow won, because by the end of his 5th year, according to Gambian Republic of Facebook Online, Adama Barrow was not the most popular president. And according to Babukar Manka's drone, the opposition party had the crowd. Yes. So I think that's why everybody was really shocked at the results, and not just because Adama Barrow won, but the margin that he won the elections. And here at Linger Post, we just want to say that the United Democratic Party is yet to accept the election results, although the IEC have certified and rectified Adama Barrow as the next president of the Republic of the Gambia for the next 5 years. I think a lot came into play why Barrow was re-elected. Okay, Mama, you're not on mute.
No, go ahead. Okay.
Okay. I think first of all I'm going to start personally by saying congratulations to NPP. They did run a very tough campaign. Ibrahim Sallah was on it. He didn't care if you were an NPP network or not. As long as you were reaching even 5 people, he was like, our ads need to be there. And I think they run hard. I think the United Democratic Party was campaigning hard on social media, and NPP was on the ground. And I personally, I was shocked. I wasn't shocked that Adama Barrow won. I think everybody who lives in Gambia and on the ground knew that NPP was going to win. I will be lying if I say that I am shocked that Adama Barrow won. I am shocked at the margin that he won and the gap between NPP and UDP. And I think a lot came into play. The UDP camp is crying foul. They're saying that he's the incumbent. He used state resources to run his campaign. And those are the reasonable UDP supporters who believe that Barrow won free and fair. The others are still in denial. They said the elections was rigged. I don't know how. I voted, and my finger is still dark. You know, hopefully the elections in the next 5 years will be as good as as the ink that they use for our finger.
Whatever
the quality is on top. Yes, whatever they use works very well. But I think a lot of factors came into play. Personally, I think the rhetoric, the online rhetoric that has not ended. We are in the media. We have received a lot of voice note, a lot of screenshots of these same people still attacking people, threatening their lives. And the big question, and I guess Paos can come in here, is did Gambia voted against the United Democratic Party, or are we just so madly in love with Adama Barrow? Paos, go ahead.
Paos laka olof nak. Xam nga nan moom mooy English bi yow nga laka olof.
Wow.
Ko balance.
Okay, jërëjëf sun listeners.
Salam Ami, ñu ngi lay nuyu.
And viewers yi ak ñoo fi nekkal tey. Waaw, xam naa nañ look at well, it's very ndeysaan sun gaay nga ñëwaat Association of Facebook Commentators du wàcc why
thank you for watching and tuning in. We love you.
This live. Yeah, it was a week long. Man tamit I mënuma woon a xaar pour tey ñëw because of that was a lot amal bari li nga xam ne war nañ koo waxtaane pour seet affaire si nu mu demee. So for now, it was worth the while to wait and analyze and look at where the trend is going and look at social media, but look at what people are saying. So today, Monica, 1 week and a big gachangalama si NPP and President-elect Adama Barrow. So win bini andi nyandi hopefully next 5 years yi na nek lugen ci mom at Gambia. Moving forward, fokna Adama Barrow basically he won because he appealed to the hearts of the people. And then at some point, talk na si the seat of emotions. Now, to win an election, these are things that no matter how much expert you are in politics, if you do not speak the language of the people, as in holy. Now, there are two things. There is a disadvantage to the method that he used but win. And there is a disadvantage to the whole situation about this election. I'm not the good, I'm not the bad. Now, listen to analyze right now, Buken Foknehednya, I am either pro or against. Why we are looking at the potential, we are looking at the gaps. Right now, what next? Now, do we want this kind of elections again in the future? Every sensible Gambian would say no. Do we want this kind of strategy in the Gambia that they will use to win? He said no. But as you know, politics is not about being educated, and it's not about being mamuna or ma amembolo. Out of that mbolo, linga ote lañu buga moy kañu Mumbai, kañu pati, kañu music ñipay ñew. And the African person has been so self-centered ba nga xamne fum neexé rek fofu la. Fum tay fu ay réew am ñoo xamne dañ taka sen calpe sen malan di lacce tay fu xewle ñu dem. And the whole transition of the campaign from start to end, it was centered about party. Now, when big men talk or are talking, boys didn't find nigga. And that's when we realized, okay, B is a real thing. Now, politics is about also, again, learning to know the people that disagree with you.
When I like all of me.
Every time, politique bi mooy every time daal yow as opposition bul ne kii supported ma or kii antam man rek I forget about you and focus on only ñi support because the whole
when you're preaching to the choir basically because ñi la support ñooñu am nga leen ba pare.
It's no point.
ba pare Pa Ous bëgg naa rek balaa nga continuer ñu bari suñu waxaan silent majority nit ñi ne that doesn't exist and stuff like that. Why gis nañ ne you know, despite the crowds from UDP, from Essa Faal, you name it, when it came to voting, dafa mel ni the silent majority ñoom ñoo decide because ñi saani carte ñu si bari doo leen dee gis on Facebook ñuy wax doo leen dee gis anywhere, you know, and ñoom ñu ngi toogoon rek, you know, di xaar ñoom ba election jot ñu def li ñu war a def.
Xam nga this silent majority they use on that term but ñu bari didn't understand what it means. Now man mooy ñi nga xam ne agree wuñ at yow. Now dafa amoon time bi nga xam ne we had almost 40% of Gambians ñi nga xam ne agree wuñ at either party. Now this was the time the biggest political party in the Gambia, as they claim to be, wanna outsmart their oppositions and all other opposition parties get out to target ñi nga xam ne xamaguñ kuñ buga o waxaguñ kuñ buga o àndun at yow li nga wax. Now ñun as African or Gambians dafa very rare pour nga ne kii awunta man xam na waxtaanaa moom ñun dañ foog ne ku awunta yow rek sa noon la tee ko boor and si election bii nii dafa manifest a lot of things yi nga xam ne xëy na in due course nañ ko wax right now. Te if time permits dinaa look at into all these political parties ñoom ñëpp ku nekk or all these candidates ku nekk li tax nga fail in my own opinion because there is a big deception bi nga xam ne moo happen. Dafa am naxate bu ci nekk li gaay gëmoon nekku fa lu gaay fogo ne moo fa nekk nekkate woo déedéet waaye at the end of the day ñi nga xam ne because soo bàyyi xel liñ jooc ne Adama Barrow loolu la may Gambien si mooy jaama li wax ne loolu la woon ñu ne dafa is a sleeping president waaw the sleeping president ak ku du wax moo tax golo gong yëpp jóg di naaw si àll bi now golo gong yooyu right now ñooñu bugguñ garab jeex si àll bi bugguñ masta eew look at the game of Animal Kingdom, you know. So lii dafa am li nga xam ne tamit Barrow play na ko very well te dañ ko wax o dañ ko jàngal nekku yëfi toog school at pen bi na pour mun a am di xam-xam bi but is the knowing o xam ñi nga jëflante ñan la xam sa opposition where are their weaknesses nga attack fa xam ñi nga waxal ak ñi la sànni katal liggéey buga ak liggéey di làkk ak lu dugal seen xol yi fii tey kuñ fi tegal waaye sekk tey right now soo bëggoon a maye di nga jóg maye because na la woy taga sa maam bam di ko sa xol bi so moo tax géwél xam na li politicien buga na la jóg na la taga na la wax yaa fi mun yaa fi def lu nekka mu wax la ko right now. We have seen that religious leaders going to visit these party leaders ku nekk di wax naan yaay win mais ñooy yàlla but at that point of time wax na li la neex yow di ko right now at that time yow di nga xoole he kii dee suma waay la he kii dee may nag tey di nga ko may xaalis but well so why I must stop right now in due course nañ analyze suñ ñëwee maybe going to look at each political party.
Each political party, yeah. Should we start with the GDC?
Wow.
Dama bëgga ñu start with the election dispute at the moment. Foofu laa bëgga ñu dooree balaa ñoo dugga into the various parties because ba léegi the IEC has declared ne Adama Barrow moo win while UDP and GDC that coalition with Yaya Jammeh breakaway APRC they are still disputing the results. I don't know if they have not dugal nañ anything at the courts at the moment because they were going through send evidence yeeg yooyu noonu pour dajale but a lot of people including the local and international observers ak ñi nga xam ne you know mooy even other parties have accepted the results and said that there was no stealing on the day of the election. So xamuñ fu sàcca di war a am waaye it wasn't at the day of the election bi noon sànni karta nans. But still, you know, UDP has a democratic right, and so does GDC and the APRC, the breakaway Jameh fraction of the APRC. Put new appeal or put new dispute the results. I'm not every right to do that, and they need to go to the courts to do that. Why Fimnekani they have until Wednesday put new submit send appeal be. There's something li nga xamne itamit buga na ñu waxtaan ko because a lot of people dañ dee wax ne GDC Mama Kandeh dafa moom dafa nekk nit koo xam ne even su nekkutee sa dispute election dispute bi sax moom dafa nekk koo xam ne because of this caste system this Sarahule caste system or this Basse caste system moom dafa am a personal xeeb bu mu xeeb président Barrow ñu ne because daf dee wax ne kooku fi mu jógee moom du ko lead or whatever. So that is another element boo xam ne I mean it's an archaic way of thinking. President lu mu bon the office of the president foog nit nga ciral ko. It doesn't matter who is sitting there. Waaye pour this belief ne man dama jógee man maa ko gën a tekki wala man dama jógee si tribe boo xam ne or ñun suñ nit ñi ñoo gën a baax ñoom seen nit ñi moo tax ba GDC ñu am this xeebante pour Adama Barrow di ko treat the way that they do. What does that tell us about the Gambian psyche as well? Ndax loolu tamit jàll na ak Gambians because I think ne moom punish nañ ko ñaari yoon mooy ne Yaya Jammeh alliance bi voters yi ko punish nañ ko for that. But I think another aspect itamit mooy ne fi mu nekk nii li tax nit ñi gën koo tegee boor tamit bokk na si li nga xam ne mooy all the time ni mu dee waxee towards kii nga xam ne mooy President Barrow because daf ko dee outright disrespect and you know it doesn't matter who President Barrow is but toogu boobu noonu mu occupy at least am na benn cër sa boo xam ne moom la ko war a jox.
I think when it comes to Mama Kandeh, his head office is actually across from my house, and I tend to bump into him once in a while. I've never thought much of the guy, and this is even in 2016. I was actually surprised that he got the number of votes that he had. I think Mama Kandeh is an opportunist. I think he is dancing to Yaya Jammeh's tune. He's just trying to keep the little APRC supporters that are left within the no coalition, whatever they want to call themselves, that are part of the GDC right now. And so he will say and do anything, like he's being erratic. This is Yaya Jammeh's playbook. You know, insult, curse, you know, say the most despicable thing. You know what I mean? Kind of like the narcissist way that Yaya Jammeh used to talk to Gambians is the same thing that Mama Kandeh has picked up. For crying out loud, be original about your, you know what, you know. So I don't think he necessarily means it. I think he's just doing it to appeal to the Jammeh supporters, and I think him denying the results of the elections are all tied in this Jammeh psyche of reject the elections. Where would Mama Kandeh win these elections? Like he's not even in the top 2. So I think for him to even go to Dabo's house and when lawyer Dabo gave the press conference, he said he was sitting at home, and Essa Mbye Faal and I never remember his name, the GDC leader, Mama Kandeh, went to his house. Yes, went to his house to pretty much contest the elections. And a few days later, we've seen that, you know, Essa Faal has backtracked and congratulated Adama Barrow, even though he was the champion. He was part of the people who championed the rejection of the elections. So I personally think that Mama Kandeh does this. I don't think it's a reflection on Barrow. I think it's a reflection of him, who he is as a person. Mama Kandeh has had the GDC party for a while. He stood against Yaya Jammeh. So to have him go and partner with the APRC, the very thing that we have to admit that Adama Barrow did. In the end, it ended up working in Adama Barrow's favor. And I think if you really look at these results, the APRC party pretty much all gave Yaya Jammeh the middle finger, because he asked them to vote for Mama Kande, and most of their party members voted for Adama Barrow. So personally, for me, I think the biggest takeaway from these elections, I don't even want us to validate Mama Kande and the rhetoric and the rubbish. You know, Magbu Mer talk di wax nonsense si media bi affaire am la. You know, Mama Kande gëndut kenn fum touch fen la tojut. Lum fi def dafa fi dara tous opposition boo xam ne every 5 years lañ laa dégga nga génna try to divide Gambia pour la comme moom, but my last karta laa wax dama ko sànnilut. Mama Kande amut jom, amut orma, amut tus maa ko wax joolaay bu leen those who follow him come after me. Man dama defante de man duma mama man. Elections you guys wanted to be getting a dirty ba ñun ñëpp ñu lii. So Mama Kande, let's not even validate this man. Suñ ko validate ñu ngi validate Yaya Jammeh. Yaya Jammeh Gambian si reject nañ ko. Won nañ ko ne ko he is irrelevant. His voice doesn't count. The rubbish every once in a while. ñu ne Mama Kande kii jàppa suñ nit ñi réeb ñu rey ñu toroxal ñu 22 years. Mama Kande ñàkkalum def ne mu ngi ko jox platform pour mu wax si suñu election si. I am so happy that Gambians have rejected Mama Kande. Gambians have rejected Yaya Jammeh, and they have lost and lost big. And to Yaya Jammeh, the APRC he knew is a dead party. They have been integrated into both the GDC and the NPP. And by the next election, even the few that Mama Kande have, I don't expect him to congratulate Adama Barrow. He's like, come on now, did Yaya Jammeh ever congratulated Adama Barrow? Sour grapes. Go and sit down. Go take 10 seats way at the back. Come on now. Somebody else, Mama. Let's talk about relevant people. For me, GDC, they are a dead party.
Definitely. GDC, mom fim nekk ni Paos. GDC, again, same question right to you, or same commentary. You know, one thing they always want Mama Kande because of this caste tribe issue. Dafa am hebange bo hamne. Daf ko am pour Barrow moo tax disrespect bi ak yooyu noonu mu ko dee def dañ wax tamit ne moom you know 2016 gisoon nañ ko bi ko ñëpp soxloon pour mu ñëw taxaw with the Gambian population defu ko dafa bañ ne du bokk ci alliance bi 2021 itamit you know we called for an alliance ñoom ñëpp kenn ñëwut together ñu bàyyi ba nga xam ne elections yi daanu nañ ñu door a ñëw ne ñoom dañoo def seen coalition pour dem ne dañoo contest results. Like I said, ku nekk am na the right to contest those results but soy xool li nga xam ne mooy the marriage between UDP and Mama Kande and the Yaya Jammeh APRC breakaway group because noonu lañ leen mun a ooyee I mean that coalition or that bokka sax moom moo xaw a doy waar torop considering the
okay, Mama, let's not forget that Adama Barrow did the same thing and he won the elections. So we cannot excuse Barrow. Most people are like, I will not vote for Adama Barrow because he went and formed an alliance with APRC.
And Nancy Barrow dafa lucky there because Barrow so continue on with Yaya Jammeh in that alliance, do don't win. So continue.
Oh, so you think that because Jameh rejected him after the alliance, that's why people still voted for him?
Yeah. Nicolon, a lot of people would have voted UDP. A lot of people would have voted UDP.
Last week, Mangi make been an analysis of Yaya Jammeh, the game he played. For now, everybody else is now coming to a conclusion there. We do not dislike APRC, but Yaya Jammeh's involvement in APRC becomes a crime for everyone to associate themselves with APRC. Now, Lolu, if that is our conclusion, then then we will let Barrow go. Well, Barrow's alliance with APRC then will be acceptable. Now, Yaya Jammeh is not stupid. He is still a very smart person and one of the smartest person in West Africa currently. And for government right now. Now, Jameh seen an opportunity for a UDP government and a possible alliance with UDP and GDC. Jameh going to GDC, Gambian saying sort of alhamdulillah.
Wow.
Yala sui defar tapame niku yaha. We all should celebrate the fact that GDC was a party with nothing. Now, how could they be allowed somebody in exile to put a record di wax li nga xamne yow in 2017 ba tay ji motax yow nga exist as a party xamna gaay ma dega MT Chang ma dega they may disagree with me, but biñ oyam GDC pour ñu bokk in the coalition in 2016 when they said no, well, GDC is not a party that party bo xamne amuñ lu ken amul Gambia ba tax ñu wara bluff mënuñoo exister def lu kenn deful Gambia ba tax ñu mëna bluff. Yes, they were the deciding winner in 2016 simply because they make a demand but they said no. Moo tax gaay bokkuñ ci coalition bi. But they did not say no because of no. They did not, well, they came after, but they would not have had a vote in that convention in November because then GDC was not born. Limota GDC did not be part of that coalition. But let's not see them as the heroes and as the ones who make Jameh lose. Of course, to some extent they have. Now, coming back to Jameh declaring his support for GDC, automatically dafa destroy the anticipated coalition biñ doon wax diggante GDC at UDP. Lii Jameh Gambie ni kon tey election bi tey waxaatuñ ko ni kon jeex na tak. Now, but APRC first going with Barrow and again change again to Gano and again Gano to APRC, and GDC accepting that shows how selfish they are as a party. Xana xale bu ndaw ndaw sax soko joxe diko jox soko bëgata joxat dafa demal fa yang ma nax. But now moving forward, GDC man is a party I used to love and have high respect for until recently when the guy disrespect our president. When the guy wax ne mu ne Barrow mom gewelam la na muy xawma some is the caste system.
Yeah. And I think that was very, very disrespectful because, you know, if man Mama Kande, if you give a gear, young Abuga lead dekabi, you have those backward thinking, lifting top and key give a key gear like you can hamut. It is the most ridiculous and disgusting thing to say to anybody.
It was a big mistake and a big blow.
The lights went off.
But Gambians did not see anything wrong with Mama Kane saying that because then all the narratives were against UDP. Also against NPP right now. Boston Giben Barrow. Well, I understand social media more on campaign against Barrow. Not the people on the ground that matters campaign for Barrow. But what they did in the turmoil, they took advantage of the undecided voters. And the people who are there thinking, Damasani Barrow, Damasani UDP, they did not. Now, UDP, they have messed up big time and they have to accept responsibility. Now, again, in politics, Gambia, we have a history of tribalism and caste system. It's been a long thing that designed and that shaped the Gambia politics. Tribalism mulinko in Gambia politics. The caste system mulinko gene in Gambia politics at all. Because so dore is the first thing they tell you moy dama new some bokay. Anybody could declare interest in being a president. The first thing you go moy finger dika. Instead of ngadem si dika bi, ngadem introduce yourself to TV stations, the first place you go moy sa gox. Essa Mbye Faal na sumom la tax what contribute to his failure is because of Nimdikal. They have given a bad impression about the man with his neighbors. Now, Barrow is a president, his weakness earned him a lot, or his leniency did pay off in the end. Why, whether it was a leniency for just the common good, or whether being lenient and keeping quiet, just pulling I want something more than essence young in there. And this happens to every incumbent president. Your last year in term, you tend to be nicest person on earth. You tend to be doing everything. Kana ñepp ko ne Barrow dafa daha amat ba. Wow, Barrow daha amat ba. Den ko yaga joti Facebook nan tele elegla. But it had never happened because of why he knows we are coming to near elections, and he needs somebody like Amadba and Henry Gomez by his side, Sidi Njai, Dusano. These are the pillars of the success of NPP winning these elections right now. Do they offer anything good to the government people? Well, if you ask me, I would say 50-50. But if you ask the question whether do they add any value to NPP, yes, 100%. Because they are the ones who go to grassroots level. Kon bo dem Gambia, xale bu ndaw bu am 5 years ko xam nga du sano mu ne waaw, xam nga Sidi Ndiaye mu ne waaw, xam nga Suntu mu ne waaw. And these are the people ñi nga xam ne ñoo mata in the Gambia politics. These are the people ñi nga xam ne they need or they speak the language. ñooy ghetto yi ñooy dem si ghetto yi right now. ñi nga xam ne ñooy dem ànda jéegi te jéegi kuñ ñëw kuñ indi nga ñëw. So and UDP amun anybody like Sidi Njai or Dusano or ñi guy amon send top guys guy amon dañ daxa guys party bi. Anybody could write something for the president ñu expel la. That was not in the interest of the party at that time.
Because gis nañ ñu ne ku mel ni Kunda Nyang, man I don't know him, but dégg naa kooku is a very strong guy in the KMC te moom itamit daaxa nañ ko because dañ ne dafa lefi na Barrow. Ku mel ni ñoom Fatmata Jawara same thing, ñoom ñëpp dañ leen expel from the party, and these are people ñoom ñëpp ñoo xam ne at the end of the day dañ dem si Barrow. ñoom Dusano and nit ñi dañ leen xeeboon ne munuñ politique or whatever, but they managed to go to the grassroots. ñu waxtaan ak ñi nga xam ne ñoo nekk on the ground, and they pulled a win for Barrow. Because soo seetloo bi ma laajee ñi ma kan kinte ma ne ko ne how did you guys manage to work on the grassroots? Mu ne ma ku nekk président Barrow daf la ne fa nga jógee yow nga dem campagne foofu noonu.
Thank you. Because nit loo pull campaign from the city ngay campaign in Kejarga or Fonyi Berefet. You need to get in there and try to win hearts and minds. You don't need to be in America or UK and try to campaign in the Gambia. Can't do because they are in a different geographical location, in a different world. I'm not well, it's the right of every Gambian to contest. I do not accept. But it has a limitation, but do it with facts. People should not mislead the masses.
am na ku ñoo seetaan on YouTube mu ne affaire bi daal ku la daaxa PR rek mun la. And that is something loo xam ne is very very valid, because I think ne UDP seen PR bi was, I said it here, ñoom ñëpp ñu mere ma, but I think ne the PR game was not on top notch. And whilst MPP was investing in local Gambian living, du si radio yi, du si TV, du si online radio si, ñoom ñu ngi doon invest in Senegal. Whilst that would have worked at the time of the dictatorship in 2016, because boobu noonu amuñ woon access to GRTS and stuff like that. But fi mu nekk nii fi ñu toll nii with the access to GRTS, and the boycott of GRTS, QTV, Fatu Network, Linguère Post, naka la beneen bi tudda Star Hawmalan TV or something. All of these networks were boycotted by UDP because so waxee dara sax ñoom rek ñu boycott la, and that boycott did not help them. Ndax loolu tamit nekkul loo xam ne thank you Lulen, li nga wax am na solo may tata definitely ku la daxa PR moo mun la.
Mama, boycott is never in the interest in a political game. Man maa ngi wax from my political tone. Then UDP, the aggression that was coming from the party, the boycott was not an official thing from the UDP executive. Then we will see the negative effect of the UDP media PR campaign team, Diaspora and both home, how it contributed to their failure. Now, UDP executive never altered any statement to say we are boycotting A, B, C, and D. UDP as a party, they have never been mentioned in any of these things. But why was the UDP supporters themselves taking full control and narratives of how the party direction is going to go? As if the UDP had no executive. They had a PR, they had a party PRO.
And you know, all the time, bo complaining si executive, become Fatou Camara waxoon na ko, bo complaining si executive bi ne leen ne seen nit ñi online ñu ngi shut down li nga xam ne seen nit ñi online ñu ngi shut down nit ñi ñu ngi you know, boycott nit ñi, dañ la dee wax ne that is not the official position of UDP. waaye su fekkee ne loolu nekkul the official position of UDP te ñëwu leen ngeen denounce ko, it's the same as liñ dee wax Dabo tribalist la, waaye again doo leen ñëw ngeen denounce ko, doo leen ñëw because you assume ne everybody knows he has 2 wives and you know everybody knows he's not tribalist. Everybody does not know that. Yéen da ngeen am pour ñëw ngeen a debunk kii nii, ngeen a ñëw seen PR game bi has to be top notch, and it wasn't.
Why can they expel these people from the party? If you, even if it's gonna cost you in the short time a big havoc, expel people who do not live by the principles and ethics of the party. This is what they fail to do because of the some politics in the Gambia. The from toll bi nga xamne the group bi level of supporters. You have the technocrats on the top. You have the ñi nga xamne mom they are the voters maybe, or the civilized people. Then at the bottom you have the scapegoats. Then you have ñi nga xamne they are the attack dogs. Now, when you call people party militant, there is nowhere in the world where you go or any country where you hear people calling party supporters party militant. Militant these are rebel or soldier. It's more linked to aggression. It's more linked to like guerrilla kind of membership. So party militant is not the correct word even to use right now. Thank you, MC Cham. You know, wow. So you know, but that was the first thing that they kind of guerrillize the party membership, calling them party militant. And Lini, if you are a UDP supporter watching, please take the sense out of what I'm saying and accept it in good faith and respect and talk at and said where we went wrong. And lima on social media or the nonsense we are talking right now here. What part of the nonsense I'm talking makes sense to you, and go back and then advise your party people. Because of Taiji what they're gonna hear about the honest truth point, ñep dañ fone UDP dañu win election bi. Ñun loolu anyone.
I did not think they were gonna win. And I'm on the ground. I think those who thought UDP was going to win are those in the diaspora. But I know, man, everybody who I know, and even people in the media, everybody was like, Adama Barrow got this in the bag. And so I don't think NPP winning is a shock to Gambians on the ground. I think it's a shock to those on Facebook and in the diaspora. And I think the shock is just the margin, at least for personally for me and those on the ground. But Mama would know that I have said to her over and over again. I'm talking about 6 months ago, July, I told her Adama Barrow is going to win a re-election, even though I didn't vote for him.
The only time I had a change of mind, Moy Bin Dore campaign, when they were now going to meet people, not bringing them to buffer zone. Fofula took a better time, make my money, okay, now the narrative have changed. But prior to the campaign being launched officially, ñep dañ for UDP dañu win. Bo mom are all in the diaspora because of you see again the impact man lima fok ni las ma foki maram fok because ñun in the diaspora we were depending on what we see on the social media and on TV ne li moy narrative. Now but being demé bañ lañ the official campaign season boom started when they had to travel to Funeka, then ma tok mané wow UDP had not broadcast or shown most of the places that they go and do a campaign because of one crowd. Why NPP was showing anywhere they go. Okay. Now
where were they showing it though, Paos? Where were they showing it? On state media, GRTS. And UDP did cry foul about it during the elections, that GRTS was being biased and they were not showing their what is it called? They were not showing their campaign. They were not covering their campaign. So we have to be honest here.
Now I have GRTS, man. They did make a disclaimer. They are not covering live campaigns. Every political party leader was given half an hour and to broadcast their party manifestations. Or for now, they'll have an hour. But GRTS would never ever go with any party and broadcast live whole campaign. Definitely, they only give the message. Our last elections, we had to be given 2 or 5.
I don't watch them. I guess they just got on cable, so I don't watch them. I don't know. So watch their posts. Better programs.
So the problem again, the centerpiece of or the bottom line UDP did messed up in the end. Right now. Now I'm not gonna go into much detail about you, but we again the NPP, we need to be very, very be careful about a self-perpetuating regime. We are now creating a perpetuated spiral.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second, Fofuno. Like I was saying, the reason that they were not on GRTS is that they boycotted GRTS, they boycotted Fatu Network, Star TV, La Hauma, Linguère Post, Akfanati. So all of these media, they boycotted because of whatever issue being and then that left them with a few media, Kerfatu, Akyoyu, and the rest they were using Senegal, TFM. And TFM, they're not in the Gambia. Nineka si rural area bi sutu no amuñ TFM in not a lot of people in Basse ñoy am TFM ak yoy nonu. So that was one of their media campaign bi nga xamne I thought the strategy was wrong, and I said it, and as usual everybody was like
okay. Can I just come in there a bit? I think so many factors contributed to the disconnect. I agree with you, Mama. The boycotting of media houses didn't make any sense. NPP ads were being run on UDP headquarters network.
Yeah.
Everybody knows where is UDP headquarters network. Their ads were being run there. That's how you run elections. I don't get only appealing to your voters or your supporters. You've already got that support. And Paos, you did say that. UDP's job was to appeal to people like me. I was an undecided voter. There was no way that I was going to vote for Adama Barrow. I'm not, everybody knows that I'm not going to vote for Adama Barrow. But I think they did not think the online media militants, quote unquote, mattered because it's online. Most people in the provinces don't have access to social media. Internet is very expensive. I just lost electricity right now. We're on generator. So you have all these factors. So I don't think to defend, and I'm trying to understand the psyche of the UDP, the UDP party. I don't think they really, really did think that the online militants would have an impact in the elections. I think they thought they would have an impact on people, like me. I'm like, okay, I'm not going to listen to them. I block. Literally, if you look at my block list, 80% of my block list are people from the United Democratic Party, because I don't believe in vilifying people. I don't believe in cursing out people and cursing their moms out just based on elections. And I think what terrified people, personally for me, was the way they attack people, especially if you were critical of Ousseynou Dabo. It reminded me of the same way people dehumanize Yaya Jammeh, that he was this messiah, like, how dare you criticize this human being? How dare you speak against this human being? And I think that kind of resonated with most Gambians and instilled a bit of fear in them. And the United Democratic Party alienated a lot of their supporters. And I think the last time I said this, I come from a family of UDP. My mom's brother ran on a United Democratic Party ticket until the day he died because he was PPP. When it was being formed, my mother was there. My mother and my family voted for NPP. So my question is, what did the United Democratic Party do to alienate the party core supporters? I'm not talking about the online, new supporters. And Mama, let's be honest, we were all rooting for UDP because we wanted them to beat Yaya Jammeh. That was the goal. when we were in the diaspora, we believed that only UDP have the power to unseat Jameh. So we were all on board with them. How did the United Democratic Party alienated people who are in the diaspora, like I and Mama and a whole bunch of us? Like what happened? And I would speak for myself. What happened was I did not agree with the online rhetoric. I did not agree with the entitlement. I did not agree with you criticize our leader, I'm gonna come after you. I will find the nastiest things about you and expose it online. It doesn't work that way.
And not just that, I think also that came with, they will take your post, come nima pata def nga screenshot ko yobu ko on your page, and then everybody, all the UDP come and
then invite the online media and invite the online militants to vilify you, to attack you, to say the most despicable thing about you. And for me personally, I'm sad because most of the UDP executive and their core party members are people I stood with and fought with against the Jameh. And I had genuine friendships with, like Pata and Siddiqui. These are people that truly were my brothers.
And today, it's sad that those people were like brothers to us during the struggle. Like I said, Siddiqui, Pata, and
so to see us come from this family of fighting against Yaya Jameh to they're not even on my Facebook. I don't even talk to them. We've blocked each other. If I'm to like bump, Pata, we have this where if I see him, literally, by force but it's sad that they have successfully alienated us. So I hope it's a learning lesson that Gambian be. And these elections have shown that. Gambian be can starve to death as long as they amna jama. As long as the Gambian be amna jama. They voted for Barrow because Barrow was promoting the party of peace. Barrow was promoting and ignoring. I have had status where I was extremely critical of Adama Barrow, and I lived in Gambia. Not once was I worried that if I walk out the street, someone was going to strangle me or somebody was going to attack me. Look at what happened with
you will even criticize Barrow, and you will not see a single NPP supporter come and insult you.
Exactly, and I have
a single NPP.
Mama, let me tell you how interesting it is. Ibrahim Silla is on my Facebook. Most of the cabinet ministers are on my Facebook, and they read my post where I go after President Barrow. And when they see me, they are cordial with me. They understand that it's politics. And for me, that is mature politics. But this politics of vilifying and attacking, and the thing is, UDP, they were not focused on the voters. They were focused on Adama Barrow. Their whole campaign was based on discrediting Adama Barrow. And I get it. Adama Barrow was the incumbent and their goal was to unseat him. But instead of trying to convince voters, vote for, vote. These are the reasons why we want you to vote for us. They were busy putting their resources towards the failed Barrow government and what he did wrong. Everybody was watching. Everybody knows what Barrow did wrong. What were you offering me? What was the alternative? What were you bringing to the table that Adama Barrow did not give me? So I think these are some of the issues. These are some of the things that the party really, really need to look into. And Opaos, you did mention something about, Ousseynou Dabo should have distanced himself from the militants. I think it's unfair to say that. I don't think he really have control over this online militants. I don't think so. I think these online militants are loose cannon. As you can see, even after the elections, they are still on it. They're still on their WhatsApp group pages, cursing people out, saying the most despicable thing. And pretty much they have shown us, their level of education and I guess knowledge about politics, because they're still denying the results. And you can deny the results all you want. It's not going to change the results. Adama Barrow is the president, and he's going to be the president in the next 5 years. So right now you have a choice. You can start redeeming yourself, try to appeal to the voters, and try to win the parliament, which matters most. Yeah. If Barrow controls the executive and UDP controls the parliament, Adama Barrow is in trouble because he will not get anything done. They will literally be blocking him. So right now, I think their focus should be winning the April elections. You have lost these elections. Stop whining and nagging and throwing a tantrum. It ain't gonna change.
Nancy, you would think they still would have learned their lesson and be wise and start to build a strategy ahead of 2 elections that are coming. That's the National Assembly elections and the mayoral elections.
Mayoral elections, yes.
These are very important. Now, if you look at KMC and Banjul, KMC probably having over 200,000 voters. And if, for example, if we have to have another Singapore and Benin registration exercise we go on, KMC might be a bit bigger. And now, anybody would imagine a UDP right now, you could talk the strategize right now, how to come back and then please the government people, how to apologize, how to reform this country, and how to.
I mean, most of us, they have to rebrand and come back because they don't have a lot of time. Bala elections, the April elections, the mayoral and the you know, these other elections, the councillor elections.
No, Tete, as it looks now, Barrow might have 53 MPs in with no question.
That will not be good for our democracy because I think any democracy...
That will not be good for our democracy. I don't want Adama Barrow to control the executive and parliament. I don't want that. That gives him 100% control over everything. And the reason why people like me are not supportive of a Barrow presidency is because of the corruption, the level of corruption. Adama Barrow does not punish any corrupt individual. You know, this is just something, it's literally like you do what you want to do. Us on social media will run with the narrative for 2 weeks and it disappears. Nobody gets fired, nobody pays for anything. And this is at the expense of Gambians. Like I said, I live here. These are issues that I face every day. Gambia is expensive. Gambia is ridiculously expensive. Every Saturday, when I tend to give myself as an example, I live here, I consume goods here, you know, charging $13,000 for a container. How much profit is that person going to make? Of course, prices are going to inflate. Every time I go to the grocery store, every Saturday to buy food for my son to take to school, and I guess people will crucify me. Why are you shopping at the supermarket? It costs me $3,000. That's $75. How many Gambians can afford that? The price of rice have gone up. There is a huge price increase in this country, and everything is tied together. And for me personally, based on the little that I know about government, that is because of a failed government. Gambians have given Adama Barrow another mandate, another 5 years. I hope he will fix it. I hope he will take it as there's no excuse. The first time around, the excuse was, oh, we have UDP in our government sabotaging us. You know, they were in for the first 2 years. He has been giving a clean slate. This is his opportunity to get it right. I think Gambians have woken up. If he doesn't get it right, we will fire him. We will fire him. It's not a matter of diplomacy anymore.
I think, like some people have said, he needs to start. Let me just pin what she says here. She said that he needs to start punishing those hindering the progress of his government. This tenure should be different from the previous one. Corruption should dwindle big time. He needs to fix it. And just like you said, he needs to fix that. We all know these are things that, you know, but again, Nancy, knowing all of these things, the level of corruption, the high prices, Gambians still would prefer that to a UDP government. And you have to ask yourself, why?
Why? Mama, it's very simple. They are scared. They're scared. And I refuse to believe. I read somewhere today where somebody gave a very good analysis of the elections. You know, he said the United Democratic Party want to run off the thing that it was based on tribe. I 100% disagree. The voters, it didn't reflect that. Banjul is a city of Olof. Manwa Banjul la Clarkson Street la joge. Banjul Olof in for Opa. And they did not vote for Essa Mbye Faal, who is Olof, and he thought he was going to win Banjul. So I refuse to believe I'm sure tribe have something to do with it, but I don't think it has a huge impact on the results. I think when it boils down to it, Gambians are all about peace, stability, and jama. Alawal Nancy Diallo pour mu dem everyday Facebook aji Adama Barrow wax ko luma neex suma neexé talal suma bunti kër ken duma o kat ken duma wax tous parce que man Barrow su fekkon dafa nekk di arrest nit ñi time bi ni mama ya ngay def GoFundMe pour ñu release ma parce que ni comme te arrest na ma bu yaga man lima dé sorti Adama Barrow
xam nga gis nga
yeah but xam nga nak dafa da nga am lu am Nancy dafa am lu am solo lu wax gis nga that image of Barrow muñ there is nothing you can say definitely because amul saga bu ñaaw buñ ko sagut gis nga waa UDP sax buñ saagee lawyer da ba noonu dañoo jóg xeex waaye doo gis a lot of NPP militants ñu def the same moom Barrow si boppam ñëpp dañ ko naka la tudda dañ ko naw si muñ boobu nga xam ne moom la dee muñ soo waxee mu ne is a democracy muñ saaga nañ yaayam wax nañ ko lu ñaaw ba si nga xam ne sax lu gën a métti si àdduna mooy nit nga ñàkk sa doom ñu jël loolu politique ko di ko saagee di ko waxee wax yu ñaaw mu muñ ko again li ma doon wax Pa Ous ndax voters yi tamit demuñ ba yërmange boobu noonu ak li nga xam ne mooy muñ bi mu doon muñ ñu ne kii definitely moom at least xam nañ ne xëj na the devil you know is better than the one you don't kii xëj na suñ ko fi bàyyee suñ ko continuer sax di ko def liñ ko def nii du ñu faale waaye su fekkee ne UDP ñëw nañ gis nañ online niñ ñoo traité ñoom suñ excès moom ñun ñëpp nañ pare whether that fear added si li nga xam ne moo tax ñëpp saanil Barrow
xam nga mama last week I said ne the Gambian average voter voted based on fear and there was every reason and justification why ne most Gambians ñu ngi waxtaanee ñi suñu amee réew mi ñi suñu amee réew mi yow dina yóbbu Sénégal yow bokkuloo fii nii yow nangam
man ñu ne Sénégal lañ maa yóbbu
how many times did we profile people and they are not Gambian now Barrow wax na ko ne ko Gambian it was on social media now but the truth mooy to win an election you need two things right now in fact three you need the money and the tactics and also you need to win hearts and minds now UDP, they had the money, yes, because they had the support of their diaspora. They were giving them money more than any party in the history of Gambia. UDP.
Not to cut you. Do you think if the diaspora was allowed to vote, they will win?
No, now for you.
Mama, what do you think?
Well, we don't have the margin be even if the diaspora voted. I don't think we have 200 and something thousand Fini.
Well, okay, I'll come that last, but I'm saying about
actually we do. There are 193,000 Gambians in the United States.
That's what I'm saying. But Barrow also has a diaspora support base in the diaspora. So if don't them channel UDP, and that means they would not have won even with a diaspora vote.
But that would have been a big problem for the Gambia. The market in the example in the America. Those people you mention or call or say they are Gambians, they have American passports, and I don't think the American Constitution allows you to have an American passport and at the same time be a Gambian to vote. If that should have happened,
yes, you can have dual citizenship.
Okay. If that should have happened, how many Gambians living in America or UK or Germany still have their Gambian passports to register and get an ID card to vote? Now we are talking about
go to the embassy.
Well, it's not as easy as that. If you need to, the embassy would not process your passport for you. You need an ID card. It's not done in the embassy. Now, we don't have that facilities. The embassies only help you with your lost passport as a Gambian. Now, you live in America for 30 years. Passport. You need affidavit. You need some kind of letters to prove that you are a Gambian, and your embassy in America cannot prove that. Now, despite the large numbers we are in the diaspora, not all of us can. So, man, I was saying, Sunan vote in the diaspora, UDP might take the lead because of they are well structured in the diaspora. They are the only party who is well structured in the diaspora across. They have their
especially in Seattle.
Yes, they have everything. Now
they have chapters in Spain, yes. in Germany. Very good. They have now, very well structured, definitely.
Check direct Moy. The strategy to win the hearts and minds of people in the Gambia. Now,
so you think Gambians voted on emotions?
Well, I say it right now. It could be that the average Gambian did vote because they are fearful of a UDP government. Now, UDP government, time Facebook Live. That was a sign of admitting guilt. Because they know on Facebook Live, they were non, well, UDP, but the UDP we know in the Gambia has never spoken. Until recently, they came with a 5-point strategy. When I read that strategy, this doesn't make sense to me and to the farmer in Phony benefit. They don't want to hear that. Those 5-point principle was not that but the average fisherman will not understand it. Right now. So those 5-point thing was something, well, every government party will manifesto. We are only deceiving to get money from sponsors outside the Gambia, but not and something you can implement. I said during the campaign, campaign, we forgot the most important thing that will make you fulfill your campaign promise, the national budget. We had a budget of 21 billion. During the campaign, no party make reference to that budget. UDP strategy was 2020 at Adama Barrow. And Adama Barrow, buying a health, they make campaign in Birkama. For they hit a hard on UDP in the language that they hear, Moy Mandinka. He was not Suleme Banjul, speak well of. And I look at myself, man, UDP, they had a rally in Banjul, they speak Wolof. Why? They had a rally in Birkama, they speak Mandinka. They had a rally in Bako, they speak Mandinka. Now, that is strategy. Speaking the language that goes into the hearts of the people. Now, Lina, what was left Moy Jefji? The policies should have addressed Sun Boko Meti. Now, so in those things, it comes down to our heart. This was where UDP failed. And now, we can't stop Barrow from having 53. We can't stop it. And that was we should very be mindful of a self-perpetuating spiral. We are now creating the environment for it to happen. Moylan, we are all looking forward and being sympathetic on Barrow and MPP to create what will enable, what will trigger a perpetuating spiral. And this will happen. Now, Barrow is with the belief name, now for talk about 20 years, based on these elections and based on the current situations right now. Now, UDP are in a blink. UDP are in a blink of being a dead party. Why? Because of most of their MPs now slowly are trying to fade away, going to MPP. Because of where UDP, well, so far.
I always say UDP and NPP is 6 and 9. They might think they lost the elections, but people, you did not lose. No, you know, your father lost, the son won. So come on now, don't be too angry. It's your party. NPP, you know, boka nijay, yen ay dom nijay, domi bayan gen. Bulen nehe gen say, bulen nehe gen hulo. We are just the outsiders.
This National Assembly is very important, but we don't see it as important. The president is only a figure. Guinea Adama Barrow Mugina ne Guinea MP. But Gambian seniors still don't understand where their rights are. You know, all the right we claim right to speak and right to sagandai. But
yeah, I'm not going to saga papa. Why the mothers? You're saying a son and you. They're put the buy. They're put the buy. Taking buy in there.
No,
at least get the balance saga be a bit.
No, Nancy, Hama saga, you get time to inflict pain. The pain fungi you more finger gina money, a finger gina love. So why it's very easy. It's much easier to remove Barrow than to remove an MP. Now look at the amount of numbers we are Barrow right now. Right now, with current situation, you wouldn't expect any person or any party to win in those areas apart from MPP Tech. Now, the other problem and downside would be who are the picks of those areas. Example, in Banjul, MPP, you pick Ibu Faye. Ibu Faye may not be a good pick for Banjul, but at a time when they introduce him is when Holly you big Sibaro. They introduce PAM, eject NPP eject Ibu Faye into Banjul. Like Banjul, they're now in celebration mood. You content how Kosagan they say hey man celebrate. right now. Now, MPP, what they did more quickly eject somebody ki nga xamne is a disputable person to rule Banjul. Now, I'm a disadvantage because it's too early. Now, what that does give Moy, it gives more time if UDP are very wise and tactical to know, okay, how many info right now? That's it. Enough story. Now, let's see where he's going and trying to counter his actions. Let's go and win the people's minds and hearts right now. Now, this is what they should, this if they are wise. But liko yahamoy. Still now, I'm not going to bro if I bribe the courthouse, you have $15 million US. When you overrule
15 million US dollars su ko amoon dugal kër bu nekk jox leen $1,000 ñun ñëpp a ko votal man de xam naa ne su ma joxee $50,000 actually no I need more than that. no but mama I think
like we were saying Paos am na ñoo xam ne ñu ngi disagree, and that's good that we have some disagreements here and there, but li ma wax mooy and I want us to exhaust this ñu mun a move to the other political parties as well. UDP again, ndax jotut seen online most of these online no not online WhatsApp groups yi nii pour itamit Lawyer Darboe, I've seen him categorically come out and he was very strong, the statement that he gave against the guy that wanted to make Gambia Rwanda. Waaye ndax jotut mu use that same rhetoric ne leen fi mu nekk nii, you have to stop attacking people. You have to stop calling people foreigners. You have to be a unifier and come out and unify and make a UDP a unifying party. You have to go and convince people to vote for UDP because we are the party of unity or whatever it is. And not to have these groups where suñ meree nit rek ñu dugal la ci biir groupe boobu noonu ñëpp ñëw lynch la saaga la whatever, and then because that is not helping their narrative. And these groups, they're preaching to the choir. These groups are already people ñoo xam ne they're convinced about UDP. You need to move out of those groups and into the grassroots to really convince people to vote for UDP. So what is going to be, or you also don't advise the UDP in terms of strategy, so to send WhatsApp groups in, because the kind of audios that come out of these groups, whether they like it or not, lolu dafa tax ñu lose election bi, because da nga gis ñu xuloye nit yow pol nga dinañ la yóbbu fii, nga xuloye nit yow dinañ la yóbbu Sénégal. It doesn't help the UDP narrative. It doesn't help Lawyer Darboe. Am na ku binda sax ne dafa feel that these WhatsApp groups really cost UDP the election, because da nga am nit ñoo xam ne dañoo xëy suba ba ngoon di saaga di wax you can xamut yoo xam ne it's not helping the party. What is UDP going to do about this?
Gis nga man, I don't think ne Lawyer Darboe did enough. He only condemned 1 out of million, and loolu su ko defutoon he gis nga Russia, that small country where when they went against the party leader was arrested because of the supporters were born in the streets. This was one of the Russian countries, neighboring countries, non-protest. Now, Lawyer Darboe, with due respect to him, the man is peaceful and the man never calls for violence. But I don't think he did enough to try to de-escalate the tension we had. Lee, I will refer back to last week, this time, Bimau has Zanu Menen. That gathering at Lawyer Darboe's house could have a potential negative reverse effect. And that's what exactly happened after 2 minutes. Now, hadn't been a Belarus, thank you. The leader was arrested, but they were protesting against something, his people, but he was arrested. Now, gis nga Lawyer Darboe dafa see himself as an authority in the Gambia. He is more in a position than anybody in the Gambia tey jii koo xam ne mun naa wax waxam ne waaw léegi nii oo waxam ne déet léegi right now. Lii munuñ koo bañ si moom munuñ ko gannaar gi loo ko bañ ama yoo xam ne wax ko ne xees na. Lawyer Darboe tey Gambia position bi mu am ñu ko am sooy naa compter egu 2 or 3 waxam wata gaaw a génna ñu su waxee rek that's it, is a big authority. Now those man, I am in 15 UDP WhatsApp groups. Hamunya my paus. Hamunko.
Dinañ la génne yow. Yow mi yaa de génne seen audio yi.
All their groups. I see what they say. I hear what they say. I just keep quiet. Musma ko génne out diko wane or diko waxe because it's disrespectful and some of them are very disgusting. Now, what should have done more? Party B, I'm not code of
conduct. But is he in these groups? Is he aware of these WhatsApp group and voice notes? I mean, Paos, we have to be. Today I literally do sound like I'm a UDP supporter, but I think I'm playing devil's advocate in the sense that.
Okay, these WhatsApp groups. Man nim de deme ak dima ko xamé. For example, Mari Sok bim gene es dima ko support pour mu help ni diaspora. Dama set up a diaspora group, but I first seek permission and let her aware of what was going on. Whenever I say things in the group, there may be a disclaimer. Meaning this does not represent the views or the position of the party in the Gambia or Mari Sok's view. Now, when somebody is doing these things, this group single step, hanga mota mama janga dafa bah and exposed to. So jangu tesa nanga ew. Gene ko mo gene. You know?
You have ko bah na bem ñu.
So jangu tesa mama nanga ew, nga fit in society. We are now in the 21st century. I like I explained, I had to let the lady know and aware of the group that I am forming in support of her campaign. Everything I say, I write underneath a disclaimer. Yep, does not represent the views and the position of the campaign team in the Gambia. That automatically surrenders all legal obligations or all representation of the party in the Gambia into the diaspora. We only exist to support and push her agenda and to raise funds. This is what these WhatsApp groups should seek to achieve. Now, coming to Nancy's question, WhatsApp groups in Lord Dabo may not be part of them, but Munuma rule out he is not aware of them. But WhatsApp group and Facebook media or Facebook pages has been known to be an effective way of attacking the opposition and giving out information out. Now, this was very important. Now, recently, this now party use Twitter. The first time I saw it, I was laughing. The Gambian don't use Twitter. The Gambian or very few use or hamunko.
It's the again, it's the elite Gambian that are on Twitter, but those people are not the majority, and they're not the people that are going to decide elections, unfortunately.
Jameh, maybe you vote. What did he specialize in? Farming. He was going to farm because the majority of these Gambians who vote are either farming or fishermen. So and again, what he did more. He empowered the women. I'm Jake Society. I'm the Green Boys. You need to have a strategy that directly answers to the question and the need of the people that you want them to vote for you. If not, you are talking to a dead man. You need to. You can't be in the Gambia doing a politics of kinga hamne man neka in the diaspora man nga address man I don't need nothing from those policies because I have everything where I live. Now we're talking about the voter, the farmer, jakati nanabi, xale bi nga xamne mu ngi am school fees. These are the people that we want them to speak to. Now ñu ngi wax final about education. Xam nga mama gis nga most of these people ñu tok di wax man so lo dama se bëgg wax bari because let's go a bit outside the box. Ñu wax Europe tey sun domaine ñu ngi am free school meal, ñu ngi am free school university right now. But most of these things, yes, government B has the first step to start to initiate these things to happen. But how many Gambian billionaire or millionaire have we ever seen donating 20 million to a school, a free scholarship? How many Gambian millionaire or so-called millionaire have we ever seen them sitting university in a boom or college boom or Lebanon boom But we see that in Europe, like I'm not being an American black billionaire who sponsor I don't know failed the whole school fees. It is all just
you know, we see it for no Sadio Mane dafa build a whole school in his hospital as well in his native living pour xale fofu nonu. And LeBron James, we have seen lan la def momitamit he's sponsoring a lot of kids. He's doing a lot of things as well. But I think, again, you know, and we talk about UDP because, you know, whether we want to, you know, even the elections have shown that they're the biggest opposition party. So we have to talk about them a lot more than we will give time to the others. So if we, you know, so ñom ci sen bir am nañ those sort of people. We have seen philanthropists doing these things. They're very focused on their party higna and not very much on outreach. I don't know how that has affected Sen results, but I think they, you know, it's. I'm sure they're still in shock because they thought they had this in the bag.
Well, they're in shock because they were deceived. The same deception that Essa Mbye Faal had, I have 70,000 followers.
We'll come to that.
Exactly. So, my politic be, my why at least I have took the time to study and observe what was going on. Laajte naa mag ñi fekke woon démb in politics ñu wax ma dem naa bi ma ñëwee ñëw naa bi ma taxawee Gambia 2016 election winuma. I came, I got scholarship, I went to university and I did my political science and mother engaged in. I did not keep quiet. I still continue my community work in the Gambia. I still continue doing my research. I still continue to expose and challenge myself to the Gambian context and using what I have in here to narrow it down. Gambian politics does not require A, B, C, and D, but I can reshape.
Why do you sound like you have political aspirations, Paus?
Yeah, I want to be a politician right now. Well, in fact, I cannot be very, very far, but my next fight right now is
Paus, Gambians are that rich. Why I think that we have seen the likes of Kipa Modujang. He's not like, you know, a millionaire, but he's giving back to the community with the Ndeye Mariam Nda Foundation. And there are other foundations like that as well. And I think we have, some of the Gambians in the diaspora who can actually do some of these things on the ground.
If we can give political parties $50,000 US, we can raise $100,000 to give to schools in the Gambia. I'm
not sure building schools, Paos, is the problem. I think we have to improve.
No, not building schools. Nga support a school. For example, Kumelni Amira Fofana Limde def every year raise funds, school bags, supplies, dugal ko si bags, them joko xale yi nga xamne they in need of that at schools, etc. Lola Paos di wax ne the diaspora can raise, if they can raise $50,000 pour joko a political party, they can raise much more to give to have a structure bo xamne dinañ jënd some of these supplies joko xale. I mean, the mere fact ne xale bu nekk di dem school amut access to a computer. Xale yi fii nii soo gisee ñu toppaan dañ smart. It's not that they're smarter than the kids in Gambia. It's just because they have access to technology bi nga xamne makes it easy for them. Ñu mëna research, ñu mëna duga def yu bari yoo xamne seen counterparts in the Gambia cannot. Waaye xale yi nekk Gambia, xale yi nekk fii gënuñ leen a smart. But it's the access to technology and the access to research.
For me, I don't think technology necessarily makes, kids in Europe or I think it's a matter of investing in our kids. And Gambia school system, especially the public schools, it needs bulldozing. Teacher, you send Bopa, they don't have the proper training. and now we're going into education. I know we can sit here all day and really, dive into the educational system of the Gambia, but politics, to say, Gambians in the diaspora have raised $50 million, $50 million? $50 million and giving it to a political party. It's different. I think it's very different. We used to do fundraising during Jameh to unseat him. It's bigger. It's bigger. If we were to do a fundraising right now for a sick person, we will not get as much, because right now, especially those in the diaspora, they are extremely upset that people in the Gambia did not vote for their party of choice, which I find extremely interesting. It's kind of like Animal Farm. Like you feed me, I'm supposed to do, like what you want to do. Some are equal, but others are not. Others are not equal. For me, the audacity to ask me, that to tell me who to vote for, that is my civic duty. You can convince me. You can campaign for the party that you think that I should vote for. But if I don't vote for that party, you cannot castigate. You cannot castigate me. You cannot attack me. You cannot tell me that I am stupid and I am relevant and I'm gonna die in poverty. As if the United Democratic Party have the blueprint to remove us from poverty. Let's be real. Let's be honest. That is the biggest misconception of these elections. Oh, we're so angry at you. You guys did not vote for a party that would remove you out of poverty. What do you mean we didn't vote for a party that would remove us out of poverty? Adama Barrow's first 3 years of presidency was a UDP government. Did they remove us from poverty? No, they did not. So give me a break. It's all part of this whole guilty trip that they're trying to put people on. It is my vote. I have one vote. I vote for the candidate that I think aligns with me. And I think the other problem that the other mistake that they did was thinking, and Fatou Camara said this, that this was 2016. Let's vote against the incumbent. No, Adama Barrow is not a dictator. He's, you can sit here and argue that his policy sucks. He has a corrupt government, blah, 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 and all these things, but he's not a dictator. So people are going to vote for who they want to vote for. So it's different from 2016. 2016, the goal was to get rid of Jameh at whatever cost. And these elections have shown that no one party can get rid of or can win an election in Gambia. And what they did at the end, that's what they should have done at the beginning. They should have come together and form an alliance to get rid of Barrow if Barrow was that bad, if they believe that he was that horrible. But each of them, I got the votes. Mama Kande, mom I got the APR votes, the APRC votes. Yaya Jameh wax na ak ñom dinañ ma votal, which is a lie. We have to be realistic. The incumbent always have the upper hand. He has access to state cars, state media, like he had an edge. And I know we've exhausted for the past hour and a half. We've been talking about NPP and UDP. Mama, maybe we can also dive into other parties, like the party I vote for.
Essa Mbye Faal.
And PDOIS, GDC, Essa Mbye Faal.
Let's start with Essa Faal. Mom tamit Nance gis nañ ne his strategy did not work. Definitely, even in Banjul, we thought that he was going to get a bigger margin than he did in Banjul. Again, there's a lot of people that were saying that, again, MPP was on the ground telling people, you know what, Essa Faal is not going to win, PDOIS is not going to win. If you vote for them, they will not win, and you're going to create a chance where UDP might win. So a lot of people not wanting UDP to win denied Halifa and Essa Mbye Faal their votes and gave it to Barrow. So that brings us to the point, balaa ngeen a dugga foofu noonu dafa am ñu bari ñuy simplify elections bi topan, it was about tribe. But nobody voted tribe because Barrow is a Mandinka. If there was a tribalism, can do vote al Barrow, and all of you can dinañ them vote al Essa Mbye Faal or Halifa Sallah, but they voted for Barrow. So I don't see this. I think tribe or this excuse about tribalism is the most simplistic way of looking at this election. I think you need to analyze it in a more detailed way. Tribalism, because Gambian, like I said, man Sose la, Serer la, Olof la, you cannot take those things away. So I cannot be any tribe. You know, I cannot identify any
man I cannot speak any other local language but Olof. And my mom is Serer, my father is Fula. So you know, we are all mixed. We are a melting pot in this country. I don't think tribe played any role in this election. Like Mama said, it's a simplest I'll take away.
It's a very simplistic way of looking at this election, and I think it's very unfair on the voters.
Yes, say it's right. Only existed on
because it's not about tribalism. Tribalism exists online. It exists also within a few groups of people within the country, but it's not like I said, it's not the main Gambians tribalist. And man like Jaco ngang ma togn ne man mom wa gaay ñu ne dañ ma doon délo Sénégal ñu ne but you know
let's be honest, tribalism in the open
illegal immigrant nga Gambia
start from our homes. Ñun tay fi tay ji ku fi am dom tay liñ ko ñi ka jangal moy sa laka ak sa culture. So gis nga there is nothing wrong with somebody them di votal Essa Faal ne hey mama ñoo bokon o ñoo bokk kër o suma xarit la o suma nangam la. There is nothing wrong with that. Tay ji a fini ku fi ju sa dom su judo, you must strictly and enforce your ethnic mu xam sa tosan, xam sa laka, xam sa background, family background before mu xam benen bi.
No, Paos, I don't agree with that. My father is Fula, speaks Fula fluently, and I don't even know how to say hi in Fula. My mother is Serer. My mom's dad apparently used to speak Serer, and my mother does not speak Serer. So I don't agree with that.
No, okay.
Am na ko wax mu ne mom Musa Fofana mu ne mom dafa vote just to stop UDP, nothing else. Again, because that is the narrative that was on the ground. So what was UDP doing to counter that narrative? What was Essa Mbye Faal doing to counter that narrative?
Let's focus on Essa Mbye Faal. The mama out. Parce que Essa Faal boom announce President Sembi. I was the first person on social media to write my long status. Nga ñaka lo def call ma. Te xamna ne sa support lo ko sax de. Bari ay rek la dugon. But I feel so vindicated right now because lima waxon yeb degala. Xam nga Essa Faal luy problème. Dafa foog ne mu ngi toog si TRRC bi nit ñi di ko seetaan every day and he has won the hearts of Gambians. When you hear this guy talk and he talked about Suma fans club bi, you know, this level of so full of himself, and I'm like, where's the Anakiwa? Where is he? I'm like, show me, where is he? Like, he is so full of himself. He does not understand Gambia. You know, mune mom moy ñew change ñu mom fum nekkon ori Adama Barrow. Where were you when Yaya Jameh was here? Did you rendi, did you torhal ñuy def fundraise turi e man Essa Faal musuma ko dégg. I've never heard of this man until bu TRRC bi ñëwé. But you know what? This is what happens. Ñun ñi nekkon ci struggle bi di jël suñ xaalis ñu duñu xas nit ñi duñu delete. By the time the struggle was over, I had less than 500 friends on my Facebook. Parce que nobody wanted to associate ak ñun being critical of Yaya Jameh. So masi Essa Faal gi suba barka demba ñëw na ñun la wax ne dafa change Gambia. Yow ñun buñ soxlé change ak rescue yow fo nekkon. I am so glad that Gambians rejected you ak fi nga jaar yépp. Mo yeen.
Nance but let me ask you this question, Paos. Nda Essa Faal defut mistake day before election mu am an interview with Kër Fatou mu ne fofu nonu mu ne mom dafa fane UDP moy win ndax lolu taxut supporters am ne comme que mom ci bopam he doesn't believe in himself na dina win xara kon ñu sanel Barrow because we don't want UDP.
I think that was the dumbest statement he's ever made. Munuma understand ngay dem xare ne waaw ki moma dur bala nga aga sax nga ne yow mom yow dur nañ la ba pare.
Wow, xam nga political judgment is never a logical thing.
Mama, are they attacking me online? Because I cannot see. That's the beauty of being here.
No. It's just one person guest how muna ñun ñep that then tribalist. He's on YouTube. Muna we are all tribalists. But
no,
it's okay. I mean it's okay.
Wow,
Man, unfortunately, man, I cannot be, man suma yaay Olof la, yaayam Sose. Suma papa Serer la. So man mom, man I don't speak Serer, I speak Wolof and Mandinka. So man so len ma yobu xana suma yaay mom mi nek,
xam nga ma ni ku nekk sañ nga be proud at bako li nga doon. But will condemn the other person who is not tribalist. When I am proud of what I am proud of where I came from. Likewise, you should be the same thing, and we go together and we have that respect and tolerance. This is what makes this world unique. We are all different. Munuma boka yo hate, munuma boka yo buga, munuma boka yo bañ ki nga bañ, munuñoo boka gis li nga gis. The world is designed for you different. The world is designed so we live together as the best of animals and tolerate and accept and respect each other. But man, in my house, my children, jangal man limo don lan la, guy go man lan la neka. That is not being tribalist. However, if I go out to start to cast out you, the tribal level limo.
Jacob, you're right. XPRO, Mama Linger.
No. Now, let's come back to the issue of Essa Faal. Essa Faal had made some
interview bobu la buga nga ñëk comment
he made some mistakes in there nga xamé they are wrong political judgment. But anyway, in overall, political judgments are always not logical. They can either divide society, they can either divide the society, or they can diminish you because it gives a wrong assumption of what you are and what you want to be. So people should be they should avoid making political judgment. Now, Essa Faal has come into the political scene not knowing his people. Politics is not about passion. Politics is not about emotion. Politics, you do not stand and make certain judgments based on assumptions or what you see. Now, Essa Faal, there are many things
it was
contributed to little deceive. He's been deceived. Man, one time I tried to reach to him. Damko contact me with a message, but they got advice. Mu tontu ma very short tontu. Mansla by mane, this is not the kind of person I want to associate myself with. But you do not mandima campaign, even though knowing fully well. Look at UDP. They know very well. Example again that this election is over, they lose, but you stand your ground. You want to look good. You want to control narratives. You want to be there, and you want to counter. You don't accept defeat in the first instant. Quantify your politician right now. So look at CA. Now,
UDP na why?
One would question, were they ever ready? Yes or no? So Essa had many that interview followed the Yaha campaign, and moving forward, most of his statements, Essa Mustam Siben campaign was a program or address a problem of the people because of the loose connection and the people of the Gambia that matters. Yes, he was using a very good strategy in going out from door to door, which was very good of him. While Lul Yepsiman, the motherfucker munon door the Janga and the land. And this election,
he had programs there. He was talking about, the campaign manager.
Why campaign manager? Whether he knows or not, Mama was like, for the status, Mama call la. Nance, Essa, how man come mane mako wa? Suma Facebook la.
This guy, but I'm not kubina. People were not watching. Man bima guy is a fairly calling. Man, I like the man is, but one thing I've observed in him, the arrogance in him. The same attitude I saw in Mama Kande. Example, those gale. Hamilton politics, the highest bidder wins. man suma jaay and look at the Gambia economy. Taxi driver didn't offer two, can offer three mu am ngor ne la wa yo yaa ñi ka ñew ngor go you know
waroon nañu am ngor nak
no mama oil F mu ne in the end booba rek la dese
you know
dina F3 dama ko block
and Essa bi mu ñëwee li mo def mooy
man maa ngi lay but Essa is our Essa like Moses was to the
Essa should not have filled the trench of politics in the Gambia because mom dafa ñëw door and that was an introductory program and an introductory election for him. He should have come down, not even vote for win, but he should have come in and do a politics that will introduce himself and highlight gaps and try to connect with the people. This was a strategy he should have taken. Why? So away in a billion years, nobody will wake up Essa Faal home everything wow. He knows what doing. But the father Baduga Muntu Ganding got a make off. So by her, the announcement was first he disagreed, then after he came back again. So and then from him, from the TRRC, coming back as a politician, thinking Gambia yep, then ban Yaya Jameh. The colon here am justice Yaya Jameh, Koko Moy Waji. This was what the secret, and knowing fully well that due to TRRC, he lose popularity. Because the TRC be new one deme at Ninko for you buy nekud none. Now lan mo ko nax kana ko nax again dishonesty in our politics. I'm not going to Mama Kande shall win because of the fact that I hole. Man, he gave them what they want at that time. He solved their problem. That's not what we want. We're talking about a nation, not a village. So okay,
Sarian, come in. We are at Essa Mbye Faal Fim Nekani. I know we will maybe go back to UDP afterwards because you've done a very fantastic analysis that we wanted to really go into, but you were not here. Why come in, say hello to our viewers on YouTube, on Facebook, on Jubante TV, the Senegalese diaspora, and then, yeah.
All right, it's good morning from my end. Nancy, Luna, Paus.
Nala, how are you?
I'm doing good. So I was just doing some Baribunka business. I have to catch up. So,
Okay, people, I'm hungry. I'm coming back.
But I was.
Yeah, sorry,
it was quite interesting, and I was following, as you said, and as I said from the get-go, I thought Essa was not a factor in this election at all because the organization structure and 3 months before the elections, I don't think he was going to have much impact. Notwithstanding that he was a lead counsel and he did a lot of work and Gambians were banking. If I was close to him, honestly speaking, I would have told him to provide some pro bono service for the CSOs and the the other organization to ensure that the TRRC was fully implemented and provide some legal services and argument some activists to ensure that they pressure the government to ensure that would have been better. But it was his choice.
They're called the elephant in the room.
Serian Mungini, listen to this. The volume is not coming.
You know what they call the elephant in the room?
Yes.
Or the elephant in the fridge? It's so palpably obvious that a blind person can say it. So I don't have to say it. It is right there. I have one of the biggest political bases in this country. Okay, because I was not in politics, does not mean that, okay, let me just give you one simple example. I have a fan club. Or they have a fan club for me. It's already over 70-something thousand people. By the way, I beat the president on that measure.
Wait a day.
I almost spoke on my
like
phone.
I said, the Senegalese diaspora is also watching, so nañ blend the Wolof as well. ñu ngi wax ñi ñuy seetaane on Jubanti TV itamit ne.
Mama, I wish you could replay Mustafa Njai's clip. Tough. He joined Gis on one Friday prior to after this clip, and he said something very, very striking. he said, and I think if you go to Ansu Jack's page, you will find him there. He said, if you are being fooled that you have over 70,000 fans, followers, and you learn Mandinka really quick, and you set up a charity organization, and somehow you think with that follower you can win the presidency, you're fooling yourself. He said that. He didn't mention anybody's name. So I kind of relate to what Essa was saying. But I think, Mama, look at this though. I think one of the key things, speaking to the people down, they said they were not,
all the fan clubs members are going to hell. What they did was very bad. 70,000, and he couldn't get that in votes, huh?
Yeah. So where were they? I mean, where was the fans club? So. Very, very striking, huh? Very striking. But I think also they hold Essa accountable, because I think most people felt that if he has an ambition to be president one day, he should not have taken the job at the TRRC. He should just follow those instincts and follow through with it, and working through, and when critically, when the report was due, then he threw his hat in the ring. And I think a lot of people were not happy about that as well. So, and I think that shows in the results, and I as I said, if he knew he has presidential ambition, I mean, the government knew this. I talked to one senior officer when Essa started distributing those rights, and he swear that based on everything that they've been hearing, Essa was going to contest for presidential elections. And, I told him, no, you guys stop being paranoid. But he said, yes. He says, no. He has the ambition. Bro, watch. He's going to declare his candidacy. But, it is what it is. But I think now he's not a factor. And he knew this, setting up a fans club for 70,000 members doesn't necessarily translate to votes. And people also vote tactically. People who I knew Essa since he was young said, he shouldn't be a factor, and they were not going to vote for him, because voting for him, I heard this, voting for him is just voting for UDP. So they vote tactically. So, and they were honest in telling me what. So I think what we all learn from this is, we have to be measured in our rhetoric. We have to actually, look into voter sentiment, what we were feeling, and what voters were saying on the ground are totally different. And I think, what happened is the diaspora needs to kind of take away what works in 2016 didn't work in 2021. So it is what it is, and I think hopefully people learn from that. Sitting on the platforms, misinforming, saying President Barrow did this, he did that. It didn't work. It really didn't work. So you're not gonna scare people. People are. It's democracy, and I think feeding that type of information didn't work. So I think folks need to reflect on that as well. Yeah.
Definitely. I think, Sarian, what do you make of his interview day before the elections, or a few days before the elections, when Essa Mbye Faal said that he believes that UDP was going to win? Do you think that affected his, his showing in the polls? Because if your supporters do not want UDP, they want to vote for you, and you say that UDP are going to win, they would probably most likely vote elsewhere. Did that affect him in Banjul and all these other places?
Yeah, I think that affected him. But also, Mama, let's also think that prior to him saying that, he said one thing, and I was talking to someone who is very familiar with the dynamics and the politics of Banjul. Remember, he also mentioned that people who first fought for democracy for Gambia, who were first politicians, were not educated. I mean, he said that. I mean, that didn't also sit well with folks, especially for Banjul. I mean, I watched Fatoumata Jahumpa on the stump when Barrow was in Banjul, took a swipe. I mean, kind of detail by detail. Because in politics, what you wanted to do is you wanted to kind of, take those words, his own words, and attack him on his own words. So basically, she did that effectively. She mentioned Sadauda Jawara, that he was a veterinary surgeon. He mentioned her own dad, who went to Cambridge University, Hassan Musa Kamara, and a whole bunch of other people from Banjul, PSJ, and all that. And he says those people fought, for liberation for Gambia. And him, when we were fighting against Jameh, I was a victim of Jameh, and where was he? He was nowhere to be found. Just to come in 3 months before elections and saying that, somehow the folks before Yaya Jameh, before, Barrow, saying that those folks are not educated, that's an insult. And I think quite well that was that reflect on the final tally, because someone posed saying Essa didn't even get 1,000 votes out of Banjul, in entire Banjul. So I don't know how true that is, but I mean, I think that was very reflective of some of the things that we kind of, because I think he was truly, some of his words, but you can see it's not, being a lawyer doesn't quite translate sometimes being a good politician. So words that he said during the campaign stump, I wouldn't say such a thing, because if you look at the voters that were going to vote for you, if you talking about, one time he said he's the most experienced, most educated candidate among the whole bunch. I mean, come on, is that true? I mean, Lawyer Dabo has been a lawyer for a very long time, and he's been in Gambia, and Ablai Jameh was running. I mean, so those are things you got to be very, very careful. I'm not too sure that he was quite mezzo in his rhetoric, and I think it was somehow condescending to some of the folks that were on the ground for years and years fighting for Gambia's liberation. So I don't think that went well with some of the voters as well.
Some of the voters, definitely. Yeah. Definitely. I think we have also some of the rhetoric.
$15 million Bruka Courtney in favor of NPP. Billahi, wallahi, tallahi. Gameno lalena inkumota alimata, this is the reality. They know.
Okay.
Arabaro proposed $15 million Bruka Courtney in favor of NPP. Billahi, wallahi, tallahi. Gameno lalena inkumota alimata, this is the realities. They know. State House, they know who is Mark Jane, but who is Lanin Kunjaro? Imolelo no Hansang. Barrow propose.
Okay, so that's one of the other ones as well.
Definitely no comment, Mama. No comment. No comment on that one.
Why right now, how fragile we are.
We have a caller. Let's take the caller, then you continue, please. Mom, you're gonna go ahead, Musa.
Okay, Mom. Man, let us contribute more. I'm got election. Everybody's giving us their own ideas. Man, Diaspora Philanthropy. Man, I have to go for campaign in Bansang for Muna control Bansang for new vote on UDP. When I went to Bansang, I sit with one of my relatives, some family member. We're gonna win this election. I told him, how is that possible? Was Malagena have Bansang, and I can control people new Muna San UDP card. Monema, you cannot win the election here. Because he told me after Janka, there's a village in Janka, they have registered more than almost 4,000 people that they registered in that village. And that village doesn't even give 2,200 he was joking. Hanga kurkur Sallah manako wow. Mananga kurkur bala kibasa manako wow. All these people are going to vote for us because we are registered people who are not even citizens of the Gambia. Lina mawawa and people billah wala kala mangewa al akura. Lina mawa.
Kola.
When he told me that, that surprised me. Man, it's possible. Manaka fofu best in the cafe. Masuma Boba Madam Bansang Primary School. I don't have push Basa. Yep, they don't send a cafe in Basa. I was surprised. They are
Musa.
They're not even Gambians.
Musa, those people, so they escaped the UDP patrol that was going around?
No, what happened? I will tell you that point. Masuma Boba like a small guy UDP. Man, how is that possible?
But for you, look at bala election be.
No, one kusuma guy. Even Yada Bukopam, Yada in Bansang, one ako Manako. This guy told me this. Munema Musa, just forget about it. Man, Hamna, you know the way you are thinking about and the way things are going to do. Manako, I know Bansang and most of the people in Bansang. The Manaka build down Mange what? But what happened is very simple, straightforward. The foreigners and on the age you vote Gambia more upper. In Bantanto, 14 years, 15 years, no Sanikata in Bantanto. On the age, not even 18 years in Bantanto, Bilda Wala Kalamangewan. I see people who vote in Bansang, they are on the age. Dogamla content. But already they were given attestation by the Alcanos, they were given attestation by the Safos. What can you do about it? What can you do when already those people have been registered?
Well, they don't know what. Yen polling agency time you get talk for no you gis xalé yo xamné they under age ñu bay leen ñu vote still protesting ko.
When you go into for the security, you confirm the people, not general. You know that people are going to them in Bansang. I was on Mansi campaign Bilanekon. The Maduga. Kerbuna Kabuna Basa, the water people, so that they began vote for unity. And I was given the assurance that most of them are going to vote for unity. What happened? The people who voted in Bansang, in Sierra area, you foreign you get up a lot. The foreigners were so much, you can't even count them. What MPP did, they have a strategy. Hamnen, the government people will never vote for them. What they did, they decided to come Alcaro and the Safos have the right to give them attestation. No length, because why you be like the man Lutaji, maybe the Safo might give them those attestations. That's what they told me. They told me
Musa,
the area council and
Mama.
And tell them you cannot get voters card in Bansang.
Wa legi Musa dega nañ la.
Wow.
Musa.
Dega nañ la because definitely li nga wax ni man dama fa ne li nga wax ni anyway har ma bay ñom serien ñu duga.
Mama Bansang Flandika, Bansang Serian Bansang bari la nika, ban constituency.
Okay.
I dropped Musa, lafta diamula lamandika kaola. Musa bigele bang anika.
Yeah, go ahead. You can speak in Mandinka.
Serian, doko laaj Bansang fan la nek ba ban ere mo wax Bansang fan.
No, pause. Give me Musa ibe ñadi.
You can speak Mungla Dega. Take na way Mungla Dega. Go ahead.
Okay, Musa mbe konto na bake aning ye call minki. Bari coming ba fola nyim platform to jan science and because moja ma malo. Bari nde da Gambia. Mbura Gambia October 28. Nka mimbe safe. Amanke ko kula molia fonye. Ndara Gambia 3 weeks. I came back November 21st. 2 weeks nimbadi manyoje manta mo kontong. I dedicated just to go around entire Gambia. Bansang mbafule ndara Bansang. Bansang ni dunda Bansang sade kono Atlas petrol station obedame birim fudata je. Wotamo essence manke mulung be caring. So stop by the je nko purunga essence osan. Bar ni Bansang longo petrol gas station onyinto ni ele generator mala. It takes almost like 20 minutes janni masingo binana. So atara salfana si dango sunguro nye konka essence no purunga sale. Akonye ko yes, no problem. So bira konye ko no problem. I sirango londi nsalita nsita. It took about 30 minutes. Ke baringo nata nang 20 gallon isan seri bidon fula. Bira nata nang atabe hawjaring ako pour yaso musunden ka hani ñun le follow to jam pour ka isanso sang foye baru follow ka ko no it's okay any nyuleta e adi asanga wa fatema so mbediamo la because Gambia be nyame political be no nyame you just need to be there 5 minutes iba mo la mol kamim mbije doro adiamuta ako ha isanso manketale barabe soniala nyimbanko kanga Cairo damale batu mi lafta Cairo damal nemini a lonko be fitno bondela jang wota kelano jang ako fanan akuma dantam ako hani isans manko min be keri election wala kanana minu lafta president o mantorla nga jibe ngande for 5 minutes for 5 good minutes man dian sonka ko oncle nga go bar wasa keno nyaadi le mansa kunda lebe marle mansa kunda la ko hani ako nyete malo mimbe keri yimbanko kan ya understand bari ngalla mala kumola ma jabi do fana nada na je bo nada je very young boy ana diamuta na kachata ako nye ko sariang ntela nga foye aba ma fonye fam sari ako nye oncle ka fola oncle oncle ntela nga foye albe min jela election lungo ani mol ka min je wurol be siari ako nye ko hani nyim bansanjang na ko wiw wallahi Barrow be winna bar sign wo kuma kangolo mama so demande sign de lafta min talila wolom nyinti and I'm very very comfortable to say this and anybody can invite me ndanga usenu endorse le bar sign wo kuma kango anon sa vo brikama ba fula banta lundo me tambe kan fula banta suto wolum Barrow be mitino la je bari man lo lato be ndara fo nyaato be ndara fo nyaato lo taje ning mol kachato fana but the same sentiment mol ka fo ko do ko nyeko surwa kangola ko nyimol ni gagneta mota kairos to la nyimbanko so message all those things irrespective of me and sign carte fight la bande sambe nyim kuma ko fo kamba fo e dol register minu mankata nyim kumol dom because the brio fonte wallahi billahi tala isa modo nyininga fabu san entel na be sate kele nga fabu lon almost 40 something years nga mo koten dol lon ba birin na da murunta nan kombo nga modo kumandi mi alon ko UDP barla malam nta ko nte natale itan na maka ngo jela Facebook ma sa fe Facebook blato kontara Gambia bar mi mbadi ngol nyininga mi mbadi dol ma nyoje murunta nan America bari ni won nyininga ba fa sarianta da me atar Gambia sa wo kuma kanolu mol moje bang fo dum mol ye tulo kas wala fo min keta wala nyinti ko mol injarinte ya tala nga mira ko nyin election o dal nyin president dro nga winne by the way this is the first time I'm going to disclose this on mama's linger ala post jam but I've been to Gambia. I've been there 3 good weeks ngalla brikama ba ngalla basse guest house ngalla mansa konko ngalla farafenye all these things ntambita makati sinya fulanteta sankule kolnda ba efenkoto ndara jarume koto ngani black pema. I'm telling you right now. So I had first hand but I had a different feeling wallahi billahi taala ko e kam min fo ani min be kerim kam nge Facebook ani min be kerim molla kuma kam ani min bita carte
it's different.
It's different. So malete o ko
and I think Serian, you made a very good point. Li Serian don wax nonu rek a lot of people ñi nga xamne ñu ngi on the ground or dem nañ on the ground same thing lañ dé wax ne li nit ñi di wax Facebook ak li xew in Gambia is totally different. So waxe ñenay sax ne len ne ñaaka essence beek ñaaka courant bi ñaaka ndox bi ñu ne la waa nawet ñoo nekk di sabotage Adama Barrow because of dañ bëgga pour UDP win. This is the things that Gambians tell you. So that narrative, so if I can UDP again, diko denounce or diko debunk, ñu continue ñom ci campaign hulo ak Adama Barrow instead of wax issues yi nga xamne modon affect Gambians. This is the problem. But some of them are Syrian. I was having this conversation. Nancy can bear me witness. We were having this conversation with somebody. And the person said that Nawek is full of people that were there during, what's his name? Alaji Conte's time. And they said Alaji Conte is now the chief financier of UDP. and that Alaji contest people are the ones sabotaging the water and the electricity because they want UDP to win. This is what people believe on the ground. And when you don't counter that, you don't debunk that narrative, you continue to just attack and fight with Barrow. People, that message is the people are convinced about this. So we, whether UDP, I think, when we talk about UDP, Sarian, I think UDP needs to listen and take lessons from what people are saying. It's not about people hating UDP or hating Mandinka. I cannot, like I said, I cannot hate any Mandinka. My mom is half Wolof, half Mandinka. I speak Mandinka. I don't speak Serer, and I'm Serer. So how can I hate a Mandinka? If today we're saying that, oh, Mandinkas are saying that, people are going out of the country, imagine they're going to separate mom and child. So that's not feasible. Gambia, hejut fa. Tribalism, no hejut Gambia, because of these things.
And Mama, one thing I'm going to mention this. It is so quite a dynamic, and that's why I just kind of want UDP to step back a little bit and look at those numbers. Honestly, some of senior officers within the government, it was so interesting, and you would not know this if you go in there. I'm UDP, and you started having a heated conversation. They're not going to speak to you, but you have to bring to the level and try to have a good conversation with them. Someone told me, he says, UDP Atulu, especially diaspora. Ndolmeta dokola mansakunda, sanji muani lulu, sanji tansaba. Aljama ba lafta muruna na nyimbanko kan purkan na dokota. Akonye ko ndebe na dimba danyin la. Ndolbe fenko. Ako ni ajibe, UDP, patio, diaspora carbon. I try to bring sense and I went up to a point whereby I try to break it down and say, hey, nte doku la America. Nte doku betola. Niti America nte no doku bulala je puriye na akonye bar hanite ite ko make baralla mo Jamal bije. Ilafta nyinel. Imaje Jamal bina kan ne si ke ajibe momin be jila nyum nga moy momin be jila nyum banko kan abe bola diaspora sembo bo waraba. Bini UDP man sakunda sida ndola doku mbe folala.
Yes, thank you. That was another fair mongering that was happening. And when they see, a lot of UDP supporters from the diaspora, people were saying that those people were coming because they were getting ready to share out the government positions and stuff like that. And some people were going to be out of work. Again, not lolu degala or not, but these are some of the rhetoric even some people that were in government were saying that, all their diaspora people have come. And, you see them on Facebook, you see them at the airport taking pictures and stuff. Yes, they were going to support their party. Maybe they were not even going because they were interested in staying in Gambia. But because people were seeing them come, a lot of people were threatened and stuff like that. So this is also another factor, Syrian, like you said, that made people a bit paranoid in terms of, exactly what are people's, what is UDP's, what are these people's motive. A lot of people were saying they have already shared these positions together and they were just coming to wait for elections, to win elections, and then they would share their positions among each other, and some people in government would lose their jobs, etc. So I think that it's very important UDP learn from this and address these rhetoric that maybe they just think, oh, it's nonsense. It doesn't even worth. It's not even worth addressing, but it is worth addressing because these are sentiments that people have. And this makes it very difficult to really counter.
And Mama, one funny thing was, these are the same people, what I find out. And if you talk to these people, these are the people who will buy 100 T-shirts for the UDP. And they are out there and distribute. And in private, they will say this, you know what? At the end of the day, you will not see us at the rally, at NPP's rallies. You will not show up. But on election day, we'll go vote them. Even people who I think was very sympathetic to UDP. So these are true stuff that I'm trying to say. I don't sit here and I actually did half of the time I slept outside. I went to Basse at the guest house. I slept there. When I arrived there, Paos, I met the lady, very, very respectful young lady. And underneath the tree, there was a couple of older folks that were sitting. And there was another 2 ladies that wore Essa Faal's t-shirt. And I said, hey, this guy is very handsome. What's his name? He says, oh, Essa Mbye Faal. I said, do you support him? He says, yes. I said, what is his agenda? She didn't know, but she said, you know, she's very handsome. I heard she, you know, he did a lot of good work for Gambia, and that's why I support him. Then there was another young lady who didn't want to disclose her political leaning, but those elderly folks, about 4 of them men, then I sat down and I said, you know, you guys are not, you know, sitting down. He says, well, you know, we're sitting down here, but, you know, what is happening in Gambia, we don't want it. I said, what don't you want? You know, we had a conversation. And that day, I saw some MPP folks that came in and they were going to stay at the guest house because I think they were saying they brought some tractors or whatever and the millet machines and stuff. So they were going to spend a couple of days and they're going to proceed. So we were there, and one conversation I got from these men was the other man says, oh, uncle, come and sit down. I said, no, you are my uncle. You sit down. You're older than me. And we built a little bit of rapport, and I sat down. Then, you know, they went into their real conversation, and they said, even if you belong to another party, even if you support another party, our advice is you vote for Adama Barrow. And I said, why? You know, why do you want to, you guys are sitting here. He says, no, the one says he's a electrician. The other one says he's a maintenance. And the other one says he's a caretaker or something. I can't quite remember. And he says, yes, you know, they struggle. But also we understand that 22 years of Jameh has destroyed this country. It's not going to take 5 years to fix everything. We understand that. But with the help and with the cooperation and peace, I think I'm very optimistic for the future of the Gambia. Then I stopped for a minute and I listened to the old man. He was going on and on and on and on and on and was saying, you know, they insult people, you know, everything. And he was like, mentioned someone's name that they put him on the audio and all that stuff. And so he says, we don't want that. We don't want that. We want peace. We want tranquility. We want coexistence. So I said, do you really think those are UDP? He says, well, it's from their forum. I said, but do you really, what proof do you have? He says, brother, ite malo mimbe keri in Bangkok. Ite betama taleba. I said, yes. I said, I'm in America. And he says, but you don't understand what's happening here. What is happening here? Even though, Paos, what I'm trying to say is, you know, there are people, I'm not going to say those people are, I don't have any proof to that. But what I'm trying to say is, if they build a perception, if people are talking, and you guys are not going to relent your rhetoric, you go right into that trap.
Yeah.
And also, all the energy, why were those little things missed? Because for me, I swear, when I went down there and talked to them, I was convinced that what was on Facebook and what was really happening on the ground were totally different. Totally different. Even Makati. When I drove through Makati, I didn't see any yellow flags. Opposite the slave house, there was these ladies that sell oranges and peanuts and all that. Then I stopped, I got out of my car and I said, I want to buy peanuts. I like that. So I chit-chat, there was an older man. I say, hey, but how come I didn't see no yellow flags here? He says, no. Ndolmanda vote la UDP. Jang, Makati Jang, Ndolbuka Mansa so. Ndolbe vote la Mansa. So if you see all these trends, they are somehow reflective in the end result. So but why are all these signs missed? I think that's my 1,000 million question.
If I may comment for you,
we have this guy back. Musa, go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay, Mamli, many people are just writing about Hamun Mabuba because, you know what I mean, when they talk about tribalism, they don't even know who's Musa. Man, one thing I have to tell the Gambian people, Monica, Mansumaya, Wolof, Mansumaya, and Bubla Center. All my grandparents are Fula, so I came from the Bandekunda family, from the Musa Mola family. I can speak Fula like the way I speak Wolof or Mandenka or any other language.
Yeah, Musa legi contributor rek yow bay fofu ñun ñep Gambie non la ku nekk da nga am fu nekk da nga xam ne tribalism mom amu fi place.
Wow, loolu laa bëgg a jaar because xam nga the people the way they know most of them xam nañ ma kenn mu tax kenn yaawutul yi Adama Barrow mu ëpp man Musa I fought for Adama Barrow bu ma doon nelaw Gambian people anybody you are asking the Gambia they will tell Adama Barrow no the entire family knows me but man lan laa gëm suma aduna moo nekk you know man dama dee bugga lu nekk ak yoon mu ànd ak yoon yaa ngi dégg Ousseynou lan leen di teg yëpp si Ousseynou di ko wax ne Ousseynou nii la all those things are valueless amul benn njëriñ Ousseynou has stood Mutau, Japale Gambia, be at the end, be paid, be Gambia Muna and Bopam. If people can sit, you get affect tribalism, UDP, Karab, man, it doesn't make even sense. I'm a sense, man. The only problem, Monica, Gambia, if you have to fight, you have to fight as Gambian, you give the political party, you just in agenda, you talk, Malula goes to my politics. I'm not there for any tribalism or support any party based on tribalism or anything. Man, lose my life, and it's not going to be part of me. Man, go. But the point is, whatever I say, season 4 will be so good. They look back. Whatever I said is nothing but the truth, because I'm a first-hand witness to all this thing.
Okay.
I was inside, man for one, man doing politics. I know the way people deal with.
And were you a polling agent on the day of polling?
No, I was not a polling agent.
Okay.
But the fact was, I was in Bas, I was on the ground. The Marun Tuki, the Marun Alai, the Marun Duga, and then the type of people that usually I meet with their voters card, you know, because man, village Bunaka Bill Gambia. There's no village in the entire Sierra. Fanla Hamusi in Gambia. The village Bohamu Bill Gambia.
Why coming in Dewa? I don't think that anybody is faulting okay, anybody for noise Musa, ma wax den nga deklu si lefindi, right?
Wow.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. I don't think anybody is ever calling Lawyer Dabo names or saying that he's there's anything. I think that is the rhetoric that UDP needs to stop. I think you know what we need to do is look at what went wrong. The number to call is on the screen. If you can look, you will find it there. It's there. You will find it there so that you can call. But like we said, you know, there's nothing that can be tribalist about.
Mama, what I'm trying to say here, I'll make it very clear. Many would not agree with me, but what they have to understand is, knowing people please people. When I'm making my opinion analysis of how the election went and how I think they could improve. Now, let them take the sense and leave the nonsense. Right now. Why? Okay, coming back to Ousseynou Dabo, nobody in his right senses can accuse Dabo of anything wrong or bad in the Gambia.
Man, because yeah, Jameh accused of tribalism, I came out to say that's not true.
Political one. If you some politics ba ega pinga hamne, waruñu take things personal. Lawyer Dabo boy, man si kërëm ni naan foye pipeline. Xalé fa yoro dañ bari. Te depend lak nañ. Pol mu fa olofam fa jolang fa fanen yaro mo len yar. No, but coming back to the profession, in politics, no politician is doing things mune dam ko def ngir suma rew. Amna dima kuna kuma call ma mune ma folo ne Barrow dafa ba Lawyer Dabo pour Gambia am jama nek Lawyer Dabo lu mu defal Gambia. Mene ko jangha. Emotions do not rule nation. We must follow the rule of law and do diligence to correct and to make things right. Nañ ba yefi emotions at yefi yama mak mala mak. In politics and national development is only about the rule of law, capability, and incompetence and policies. There is no policy that address Mak or Halil Ondau. A policy is meant for Gambians. The Gambian law is meant for Gambians, and no Gambian is exception to the Gambian rule of law and the Gambian. Lawyer Dabo law don't hear democracy and rule of law. Now, I don't think, and we need to condemn this thing right now. And Lee is why people vote for the wrong person. People love Lawyer Dabo, yes. Are they voting for UDP and their policies? Most of them, no. They're voting because they like Lawyer Dabo. Now, the Gambia and the Gambians, in terms of politics, do not owe anything to any politician. It's the politician who owe the Gambian instead, because they want our votes. They come to us and tell us, wow, I have A, B, C, D, and D. No, Gambians do not owe anything to any politician. This includes Adam Barrow, Essa Mbye Faal, Jameh, Lawyer Dabo, Dr. Sise. When Dr. Sise went to give his leadership, he did not do it for Gambia because he wants to contest. He did it for himself. Man lima am right now. Why? Because of the in politics. So we should stop saying Dabo dafa help Gambia.
There's this guy on YouTube called G Finest 19. I try to be Balalko Banko block, but please, one, you are not spelling things right, and you're trying to insult people. It just doesn't make any sense. So please learn to talk on issues. Well, I disagree. We respect your opinion, your right to disagree, G Finest 99. But what we cannot expect accept moy saga yi ak you can hamut all wolof platform pure mandinka hatred how malan definitely it's not right. So please I'm trying not to block you. I'm being very patient. Mangi try all along.
No, Mama, let's not even entertain, please. You are disrespectful, you are gone. It means this platform is not for you. This is not a platform where you come and attack people. This is not a platform where we will tolerate the rhetoric. It's not going to happen. Mama, please just block him. Like, we're not even going to deal with it. It's not.
One not going to go Queen Bangi Satan. Not spell stupid correctly. The most stupid.
Yeah.
Why? Because he's writing. But let him keep writing. Anyway, it's like a healer. But Mama, like I was saying, the Gambia do not owe any politician anything apart from politic jot, Sani Karta. Kula neex ak kula doy ko fokk ne can make a difference in your life, and ko xamne his or her policies matches what you crying for every single day. But dañ wara bay Gambia di tok di wax naan diw sang dafa xéxal réew mi. Képp ku xéxal réew mi dang ko def nik ta nga am a political party. Nik you want to be into office, you go in.
Why no, Paos, balal ma duga fofu. And I think that is part of the reason why they lost. The fact ne Gambians were made to feel that we owe him something, and the only way to repay is by voting for him. On December 30th, when those people came to Gambia to coup them, I was in Arizona. I remember the first person I called was Banka Mane. I asked him, because I knew nothing about the coup. Most people thought everybody in the struggle knew. No, we did not. And he said, yes, Fulani, that was us, and we lost Njaga Jai. I remember just breaking down on the phone. And if the United Democratic Party feels like we owe Ousseynou Dabo for Jameh putting him in jail to vote him into the presidency, then everybody who lost his life on December 30th, let's just open the central bank and write them a blank check. Let's give everything Gambia have to their families because they lost their lives. These are people we knew. These are people we struggle with. These are our husbands. These are our friends' husbands. And these were our comrades, and they went down. Jameh ñëpp terrorized. Yes, the United Democratic Party did suffer under Yaya Jameh a lot because they were the leaders of the opposition. And I think they were actually spared a whole lot more because, Jameh knew that the international world was watching. How many times did Halifa Sallah got arrested? How many times did OJ Jallow, how many times was he arrested? Did he show up and make us feel like, you know, we owe him something? You know, and sometimes these are the issues that we have to be honest. Man dama de wax ne struggle bi ñun ñepp ko bokka. Yaya Jammeh dem na tay la Gambia neex. All ñi ñew online, all these new UDP supporters online, the attack nit ñi di saga. Those are not the men I stood with to fight Yaya Jammeh. I know they do have good men in there. And I think out of these elections, the most heartbreaking thing I saw was these 3 UDP men. They went to Bankamane's post and they told him, Li moo tax mënuloo am liggéey America. Why can't Banka find a job in America? Because he fought for Gambia. Because he put his life on the line. He did something that nobody in the United Democratic Party did. Te lolu daf ma naxari. Daf ma naxari. I did not reply to you. I'm replying to you right now. Bankamane put his life on the line with Nyom Njaga Jang and all of them to free Gambia. How many Gambians can sit here and say they did that? So to have the audacity to go on his Facebook and attack him, shame on each and every one of you. Shame on you. Shame on each and every one of you. You are despicable. You are despicable. You don't have Gambia's self-interest at heart. Mama, it's time to address these people. Dafa doy. We spent 22 years di sagante Yaya Jammeh si Facebook bi xana ñu fi ñu ñep am PhD si holo ya saga. They cannot do it better than us, but we have moved beyond that.
And I think
we have moved beyond that.
Even if Banka
going after Bankamane, and I hope you guys are watching. Everybody who went after Bankamane, shame on you. You guys are despicable. You don't belong to Gambia. Yen ñep lay wax everybody who went after him, because yen xamulen struggle bi. Those who matter, those who stood up for Gambia and put their lives on the line, they know what Bankamane put his life on the line. Nga nan ko motax munta am ligay Gambia. You are despicable.
Definitely. I think that was one of the reasons. Again, I think Banka has a right to don't support the NPP, sir. He has a right to support NPP. There is nobody that should be attacked. Lila, they were all the time. Respect people's choices to put your support. As long as Gambian, they have the constitutional right to you support. Even so you support APRC, so you have the right. Man luma they always argue against moy na Yaya Jammeh koku moy man suma problem. APRC so demé sax yow nga joggé APRC sa ñew ci benen parti, I don't have a problem with that. It's your constitutional right. While the Gambian be wara understand moy na you cannot continue to go after people because they support NPP or they support PDOIS or they support whatever party. And we see this nañ len ko wax rek day. It's always the UDP people doing this. You don't see people NPP again coming nela yow yange support UDP sanangam ni sanini. We have to it's just not right. And to go on Banka's post mandama fa dem mabinda neko, you know, put your head up, because you give Gambia lo xamne ñu bari ci ñun give mënuñ ko joxe sax pour Gambia. And you know, if you go to Gambia nga am fa liggéey di liggéey, you know, you have the right to do that. You have a right to walk. You have a right to support whoever you want.
He put his life on the line. He put his family's life on the line. And Gambia Taylor Neh, all those who were quiet, sitting in a corner somewhere, today they feel entitled to Gambia. You know, Adama Barrow daf ko wax nit ñi mer. But where were you? Where were you when we put our lives on the line? The EU Subatel Mana F Sanyang. To look at it really, did them pull them demonstrate against Yaya Jammeh. The fundraise, Yaya Jammeh, Daha retail, and you just send to Halis, on the line. So you may say, we are beating a dead horse. And all of you who commented how Manaka Jammeh, I hope you are watching. Manduma Bankaman, I will not let it go. I'm gonna come on your Facebook and come after you. You are despicable. You are the lowest form of human to walk the face of the planet. Suma waxuton li dé parce que daf man xari, and I was so disgusted mané ki suma ko tonto sa dama melni mom yeen ay kan, who are you pour ne yena wara nit ñi wax nit ñi kan lañu support ak kan lañu war to support. And I hope this elections is a wake-up call for all of you. Pour mu won len ni momu len Gambien si ku ñu neex la ñoo votal ku mu neex la ñoo votal suñu waxee nga naan diaspora bi kuñ amee du seen ndey yi ak seen baay yi kuñ amee dañ ma amee man a maama bu mu dëkkee Gambie kenn si diaspora dafa doon yóbbul yónnee transu man bu ma ñibbisee fii ba tey kenn dafa di yónnee transu. Let's knock it off with this rubbish.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you. Pa Osdugal. Mom so upset here, Mom. Pa Osdugal. But I think diaspora, you know, if we're supporting remittance is going to our families, our friends, or our close family members. So I think the lolu warin ko use as a tool. Okay, yen hit na sanil ulen kima bugon yen sanil. So you know, I'm not going to send you any money or whatever. Like a lot of rhetoric is coming online. Lolu den ko wara moytu. But I think also, you know, we have to look at PAOs. This rhetoric online, we keep saying this nastiness online. I think that was the lowest blow Bohamnet Nitwarna Kode for against Banker. New Jail Paos, I think go ahead, Ben. New Jail some of the videos, at least new light in the mood tuti.
Okay. Buguma them too much outside topic. Do this lady, this Hama La Casa, doko block Baba Yam Hama Yanko block.
You worry.
Okay. Guess nga buguma them too much into off topic. Why the reason why that caller call no is a gentleman conversation. Election passena, we are talking about we are talking from a larger perspective. We are talking about how do we move on now. But more than the issue of what is important more going by the book and the rule of law in every country. Now, in the diaspora, sadly enough, we are the ones to spearhead these false information and these wrong narratives. Now, we can see a country as big as America, as powerful as America. Even the president is subject to the rule of law in that country and can be investigated and prosecuted. Now, coming back to in the case of Gambia, they have this concept of owing our party leaders ne nyumla. Man, I was not openly in the struggle. Why anybody could joke no form a political party, then go win more than form a political party. Now, it might deviate us to another topic. You will agree why holding jugad. Why coming back into the topic that boiling was known. Man, NPP did not give the powers to those alcalos to give out those documentation. The law of the Gambia empowered alcalos or chairmen and women to give attestation. Now, when you have those things, attestation, it cannot be questioned by the immigration. Number two, we should not make assumption by looking at people, looking at their physical structure, determine that you may not be a Gambian. It's wrong. Now, number three, we have the same issue of attestation. Limo complaint in Bansang Fofnono, more happened in Banjul by the UDP mayor. So they can work right now. Now, the focus more when these things happen. We should not wait until when this thing ends, you could bring out as an excuse to justify what we are doing now. This could have been a case there and then with the IGP or any police. Every Gambian should take responsibility of the peace and stability of the country. The police alone is not the one to come and arrest somebody else. You can do citizens arrest. If you see anybody
what they call the elephant in the room.
If we see anybody holding any Gambian document, it's not a Gambian, it is your duty as a good Gambian to report them out to the police and detain the person until the police comes in. You give up that's where your right stops. Now, this is what yala man fogumane li jarnako as a politic, because politics is all about deception, is all about lies, is all about false narrative. Our politics and our campaign should have been on policies and programs, not Barrow not Double not Bamake. And if you look at our politics, it was all about personal attacks, and this is not going to move Gambia forward. Now, let us go back and reflect and see why the Gambian.
Okay, last Casa Hauma, you're gone now. Damalen did your chance, but you know that's it.
Wow, not them, but yeah, I'm them now. Yes, let the UDP do a very good homework and learn what was the strategy that we used. How did NPP manage to counter us? This was a counter attack from NPP. Now they need to sit down as a UDP executive and take narrative of what the party is doing out to the people. The diaspora,
yes,
it's not just enough.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. Pause, Daniel, Almadora, caller. Okay, let me take the caller. Hello, caller, go ahead.
Hello, I'm calling UK and program reference na torop. Te wax yo na wax amna solo torop sax. Ona ñu dal wax yi lañ solo won bala politique bi mo gënon sagande ak identify nit ñi fuñ nekkut. Waaw, ñom fana dal UDP dal mistake buñ def moy seen yeneen militants yi ñooñu fana dal English favor leen. Ñooñu fana parti de WhatsApp group we communicate to everybody. Waaw fana militants yi ñoom ñoo fello di parti leader because dañ dee saaga ni online. Suñ paree dem si paa bi ñu ne ko baba di nga win ground bi is clear, ground bi is this. Baba moom ngeen xamul lu nekk si ground bi. Waaye nit ñi tamit ñu ngi toog suñ ñu ngi toog suñ kër yi li ñu dégg mooy audio buñ génneel ni tey ñu naan B52 B53 saaga nit dëkkaloo nit yow mama yow sa boppa sax ñoom seen boppa sax amul luñ la waxut si internet bi amul luñ la waxut da ngaa gis nit post ko seen beneen morom jógee somewhere else mu start di comment di wax yu bon te xamul la musul laa gis waaye xam nga ñoom like ñëpp xamee nañ ko si like everybody knows them with that loolu moo sonaloo guys si élection bii nii ñoom dañ faate woon ñoom dañ saaga nit ñi seen ndey saaga nit ñi seen bàyyi wàññi ne ñi duñ Gambian ñi duñ lale fii fale la dëkka gars yi yóbbu nit ñi 10 points agenda yow 10 points agenda yow dëkka booy dem ñooñu amuñ maalo amuñ ndox amuñ dara yow yaa ngi saaga nit ñi ngi téye audio yooyu ñu ngi déglu audio nga ñu wax sa 10 point agenda man jànguma
5 point agenda
dégg rek waaw ok 5 point xaaral ma wàññi ko sorry
it's a very good manifesto.
Wow, am nga it's good though. UDP seen boppa ñoom seen boppa am nañ structures am nañ everything. Waaye li problème bi militants yi gars ñu ngi am ay 50 militants UK Spain France Gambia ñoom seen liggéey yëpp WhatsApp la saaga nit ndey da ngaa dégg ñu ne démba mama bind na démba mu ne disagree naa daaba about this nga dégg ñu ne kan mooy mama waa jox ma audio bi ana ma dem añ ba pare ma toog jàkkaarloo WhatsApp am bi nag génn audio bu gudda léegi right now gars lose nañ election bi instead of going back to the drawing board ñu dem seet lu gars yi war a def léegi gars yi prepare for the next election coming gars yi ñu ngi tuumalaat président Barrow ñu ne Barrow moo register di fulas from Guinea léegi yaa ngi binda on Facebook xam nga we are getting information on the ground more information is coming more this is coming xam nga they just playing around di confuse loo paa bi waaye dañu war a bàyyi paa bi relax mu seet beneen way forward nu mu mun a taxawale waati MPC coming forward because at the parliament right now Gambia our democracy is growing buguñ parliament bi nekk yëpp one sided parliament yëpp NPP non dañ bëgg a affaire si balance parliament bi there are some certain issues su fa ñëwee ñu mun a agree to disagree.
Thank you
mama
si mbiri banka maane UDP ñoom daal fanaa lifin la UDP ñoom fanaa dañ allergique to Kama ñoom they are the same people ñoom ñoo wane they fought the struggle banka maane congratulations banka maane this banka maane that waaye léegi if banka maane su ñuy on Fatu Network joxe opinion am bi okay I think President Barrow is going to win President banka maane joxe his opinion ñu ñëw seen plateforme yi banka maane you are fake banka maane your struggle was fake ana banka maane struggle ne 22 good years ak President Barrow 5 years am bi kan la président Barrow door bi mu ne ko jàllal fii nga bàyyi Gambia kon banka maane kon su leen banka maane mu ngi Gambia président Barrow daa na ni mu ne ko jàllal fii bi banka maane mu ngi toog Gambia joxe opinion bi waaw kon nga banka maane is fake why just because of banka maane president Barrow will win just my own opinion on TV banka maane you are fake Mandal dama UDP ñoom daal fa nañ allergic to calm.
Waaw man ba pare ñoom daal di word hypocrite daal and hypocrisy doy na waar.
Okay, Mama.
Thank you.
Mama.
Thank you so much, Kola. Thank you.
Mama.
Just keep it like when you get every time.
Thank you.
You talk about the feel guilty. You know the negative because
come in.
in one way or other, young man la young lal can what from talk. Wa diga mo mel non diga neexul de.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Amen. Thank you. Sari and comment. You wanted to comment.
Yeah, thanks, Nancy. Thanks for joining back. So, but I have to stick my neck out for the UDP here a little bit. I think for the past 10 minutes, people were calling in, and I want to be very fair though. Most of these militants that are speaking online and bullying people, they are not part of the executive. They are not. And if you know the executive, Usainu Loya Adabo, he's a very honorable man, and he hasn't insulted people. Since Jameh came in power, he did a lot of work fighting, and he lost, he's one of the greatest lawyers in Gambia. He lost a lot of things for standing up for the victims. So most of the people, I think where I have issues, and I will kind of make my argument here from one person to another. I think, yes, I will agree with the caller to some extent, that some people who, even within the struggle, people who, if I talk to my friends, like if I talk to my wall of friends, if I talk to my Manjago friends, when I talk to my Serel friends, Aku friends, Christian friends, they will tell me, we have a lot of respect for A and B on Facebook, but we're disappointed that when the militants start insulting people, they are very quiet. And me personally, I listen to people. When they give me that feedback, I personally pick up a phone, I reach out to one person, very known in the struggle, support of UDP. I told him this is what the sentiment is, and you guys need to have a dissenting voice. You cannot be intimidated by militants if you don't agree with them, especially Musa Jeng. I don't care what your feeling is about Musa Jeng. I've known Musa Jeng since back in the 90s. The Musa Jeng, the Pasamba Jaus, the Banka Manes, George Sarr, kind of a history a little bit. I'm not a newcomer. When even before social media came into play, the one person that created a platform for dissenting voices was Gassama in Sweden. What's his first name, man? Raki Radio. When they took over, he was the first guy who created a platform called Raki Radio. Through that, we have Gambia L. And we were all contributing. Most of us know each other since back in the 90s. Then it came, George Sarr created Gambian Post. We were, dissenting voice until this Facebook came in. I know these people. I talk to them. We work together, right? When we had 4th of July's, people who went out there, who stood for the community, before we even got this GoFundMe account, if somebody passed away, they get door to door. They knock on the doors, they contribute. They don't ask them which tribe do you belong, which religion do you belong. So we have to be very, very careful. And I talked to this person, I said, hey, this is what I'm hearing. I am disappointed that Musa Jeng was attacked, called names, but none of you guys came out. And perception is reality. You guys need to come and push back and say, hey, we don't agree with attacks. Argue, go on his platform. Make a compassionate argument saying that UDP is the biggest party. We have the agenda. We got people out there. But the person, he brushed my thing. He gave me a political answer. I said, thank you very much. I didn't bother to reach out to him anymore because
this is something that even, the last time I was listening to Fatou Camara when she was talking, when she was complaining, because they put her name in these groups, they put her phone number, people were calling and insulting her. you know, every time she complains, they will tell her that's not the executive, that's not the position of the executive. But if the executive is not coming, or at least people prominent in the party are not coming to push back on these things, perception, like you say, is very important. And this
this is the hard fact we need to talk about. And I think a couple of months ago, I also wrote about this perception about tribalism. It's up there. It's on my Facebook page. You go back there, you search it. I said 2016, we all came together. 2021, you know, tribalism is real. And I know I criticized NPP. I said some of their infomercials, they said no to tribalism. And I went back in detail where I said, you know, Barrow, when he was flag bearer and he came from UDP, oh, there was no tribalism. Now 2021, tribalism is but again, if they wanted to tell you that you are so and so, and there was a bait, and you just walk right into the bait, then you know what? You need to do a more effective job. And even today, when I wrote that piece, some people wouldn't comment on my Facebook page, whether they disagree with me, but they will write into my inbox. Some people will have a dissenting voice that, you know, I wrote some people will say, thank you very much. But again, they would tell me, I said, but go to my page. I wrote it in the open. Go down and comment. They say, oh, no, I'm not going to do that. I don't want nobody to insult me. But what is the perception here? Again, this is what we need to move away from. And I think I will keep it real. This fact is, the Musa gangs, the Banka, I spoke to Banka when he wrote something on his comments about UDP snipers are shooting everywhere, something like take cover and all that stuff. And I watched every single comment. I read, I would not comment, but that's what I do. I go in there and I watch people's reaction. And I'm not going to, and Banka and I exchanged messages. And I said, you know, at the end of the day, we all need to move forward. Mistakes has happened. Again, Nancy was saying, Banka went out there saying that this is the reason why you didn't have a job. We all know why he didn't have a job. I mean, some of us were not brave enough to go out there and knowing what the repercussions are for his family and himself, took the hard fact, you know, took the hard bullet. He did it. I mean, he did it because of love of country, right? So today, coming out there and telling him that, even though I had a lot of respect for him, he knew he couldn't have a job here, but he went back to Gambia. He's working there. He's trying to provide for his family. You can't be using that against him. You know, I mean, that is just wrong. You know, and these are the things that we have to start talking about. Let's go back to the basics. I said it in my write-up. Civility in our political discussion.
It's very important.
That I don't agree with one platform, they are challenging your ideas, right? So get out there, make a passionate, you know, argument. I am here. You know, majority of Mama, Paos, and Nancy have a different perception about UDP. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to run away from your platform because you guys have a different. What I wanted to do is I wanted to make a passionate argument saying that the position of UDP.
Maybe you should have come on before the elections and tried to change our minds.
Yes, exactly.
And you know,
and Nancy, before you were offline, but I was discussing, and this was, you know, I disclosed on this platform that I was in the Gambia. Everything that people are saying. I arrived in Gambia October 28th, and I didn't leave Gambia until November 21st. The first 2 weeks, I drove extensively. I went to Koina. I slept in Basse. I slept in Brikamaba. I went to Farafenye. Okay? I went to Kaur. All these places I did. I crossed on Sankulekunda Bridge twice. Jarumekoto. I went all these areas. I passed Barrow when he was having a meeting in Fulabantang one evening. So I went to Basse, Bansang. I know these places. I've talked to people. And I was telling Mama that the write-up doesn't mean that I hear it from people. I actually went in there and I went fact-finding for good 2 weeks. 2 weeks. When I left, I had a different perception that what was going on. And I can tell you, I spoke to people. I tried to reach out to some folks. my UDP brothers. I tried to even contact someone on Facebook. They didn't respond. I told them to contact me. They did not. So it's okay. I'm not blaming you. But I talked to MPP folks. I tell them, they asked me about my opinion. I told them how I see things. So I think what it is we have to be very, very careful. Sometimes the notion and perception that is being fed and what people are thinking, it is, I call this election, it's about people's coexistence, fear, and people just felt that they, if you talk about the economic stagnation and the struggles that they are facing, but also they are thinking about peace. They felt that I said anger and aggressive. Some people think I gave a cover to some sentiment, which I'm not going to discuss because I haven't seen one person that was saying that, you know what, I am not going to vote for Usainu Dabo because he's a Mandinka, right? I didn't say that. Well, I have a young man who came to my house. He was doing electrician work. He got on the phone. He was talking for almost 10 minutes. He was talking, he used code words. And after, I didn't get mad. I took my time and I said, hey, man, how you doing? He says, good. And I said, I heard you talking, man. So what do you think? What do you think about UDP? No. Kendo, I'm Jama Sireumi. Guys, you win it. Okay, so I stepped back.
And unfortunately, that is the perception, Sarian. And they should have pushed back on these perceptions, but unfortunately they didn't. And these things linger.
They think faster.
So to lighten up the mood a bit because the kids have also, TikTok is on fire. We're going to bring Ahmad Ba as well. Barrow dafa nice. That's coming next. But let's bring this one. My sister.
Suñ géej gi nga xam ne dañ ko jox Chinese yi UDP gis na loolu mu ne su ma ñëwee jën yi nga xam ne moom lañ aaye Gambian si léegi dama dee wax leena ma ne fu mu nekk jën boo nappa bët yaa ngi sew comme suma bos jën boo téyee mu ngi naan cung cong di la làkk Chinese UDP mu
The campaign was fun. Wait, Suba. Pause. We have to bring Ahmad Ba.
No, Mama, this is new app.
No campaign. Man. Highlights la bukan ñu indi film neka. Highlights.
Ñi rek suñu sensi politique jàmm na am. And what Sarian is saying right now is exactly what every member should do. Conversing, talking to people, changing mindset, giving the impression, trying to correct the wrongs, trying to dissolve those perceptions that people have in their mind. These politicians of not Maxa, we so massive Bokote politics and diaspora and the media platform talk whole what is not even a reflection of the party itself. UDP, they had very good people, very genius. I said that last time. I will not go back to it. But when we disagree, we are enemies. No, what people are saying is not the reflection of the party. But the problem is, why does the party don't come out to give out to condemn these things?
Yeah.
Even though it does not reflect the party. But they are saying it in the name of the party. That implicates.
Don't worry.
How in Ahmad Ba?
Inil Ahmad Ba mune Barrow. Politics bi dafa neexoon. But I think like we're saying, we're bringing these things just to make it also a bit more fun. Some of the things that were said during the campaign, moy lolo. But Sarian, you can come in whilst we're waiting for Ahmad Ba.
So Mama, I think there was fear factor, and a good friend of mine, a brother, he visited Gambia 2 weeks. He's a Christian, originally from Old Joswan, and he called me and he said, I just left Gambia 2 weeks ago, and I know you came back too. So what is the reality? I said, well, you know, I want to hear from you first. I wanna see what you think.
Okay. Okay, Parangen.
No, you can go ahead, Power Split.
Okay,
you can play Ahmed.
Let me take this opportunity
to
recognize once again.
Okay, say I'm sorry.
So you know, him and I had a deep conversation, and he told me, he says, I went home and I spoke to my folks. He says, even though I did a good job of fending off their concerns, but people are really scared. And I don't know where this sentiment is coming from. And I said, you know, I share your concerns, and this is what I've been hearing. And I think, again, Mama plays some clips here. People who really think that they have an insider in the State House or doing that and sitting on platforms for hours and after hours. They were doing not misinformation. Every information that they were putting out was wrong, incorrect. And it kind of defined them in a certain category as an outcast. And I've seen that people will mention certain people who are in the diaspora and not the mainstream UDP folk, but these people are well known out there. And people really don't have very high regard for them. They sat on platforms. They will say they know what Barrow eat today. He eats super kanya, he eats domoda, blah, blah, blah. They sit on. That is not what people were wanting to hear. This was the problem. And they sat down, the little games that they played back in 2016, it was a replay back in 2021, and there was a total disconnect. They were saying, oh, somebody went to this hotel, they sleep, blah, blah, blah. They were talking. These are things that I watch, and I'm troubled. And you can ask some people within UDP. I was troubled by this. It was not even before I say I endorsed Lawyer Dabo. It was something that I follow keenly. You wouldn't see me comment on them, but I follow those things. Those were misinformation, and those were not even true. It was not. And you think you're fooling people. And you know, one thing
you're not, you're just, yeah, definitely. Paos indil bobu dan ñu dem itamit si NPP ladies yi ñoom itamit foog ñu ñëw si ñoom.
Égal ko mu ngi ci kaw, mu ngi ci suuf.
Adama Barrow góor bu rafet la bu taxawee jéeg yëpp sopp ko. Bu taxawee jànk yëpp sopp ko dafa rafet. Dafa rafet mën a solu. Ba pare nekk ndaw. Bon nag kooku saf na jigéen ñi suukar ak xorom ak.
Wait one day.
Mama.
No.
If you look at this thing,
indil ma NPP ladies yi indil ma leen si
particular time Yanko Touré at Yaya Jameh. The same thing that one. We are seeing something. Well, politically, it was about this was what the Gambians like. And this why Barrow retained Ahmad Bah by his side and Henry government. Na ini bobu dahini Adama Barrow.
Dahini si pasipa na ñëw na dahini si pasipa ñëw. Waaye bëgg naa nga wonal ma NPP ladies yi ñoom itamit foog ñu tooñ leen tuuti.
Okay. Ana Musa, ngok mu ngi nii. Dahini
oui ñu ne daal Barrow daal jigéen jéegi yëpp a ko soppa vote leen fii ma xool vote leen fii ma xool waa NPP si pay yi mooy lan kaay leen wax ñu lii mooy lan lii
NPP ñoom duñ weex di duñ blue di
xaaral ma génnee comment bi foog ma won leen full si pay grey yi la gaay def NPP Aji Fanta lii pour lan
ana Aji Fanta mu ngi fi
si comment
ki mel ni Anna Sarr kii nii dafa ni kii xamee naa ko de
but sipa yi daal li xawma sipa la xawma lan la nii la luy waa NPP sol li foog ñu indi jiite tamit Adama Barrow moo ñu saf
ana ma boobu man ko amee woon
no but definitely you know we wanted to have a show boo xam ne dinañ seet li nga xam ne mooy the areas Serian, I think also you know we have to talk about GDC whilst we're looking at the other videos, the clips to come in. No NPP be more be done.
You know, Mama, I listen.
Taylor should be in jail. This is more agree now.
I listen to the analysis of what's called Nancy talking about GDC and how Mama Kande is so disrespectful to Adam Barrow. And you know, this is not just Adam Barrow. I think now what happened is he's really finding it inconvenient to attach himself to your lawyer Dabo. I mean, he doesn't have respect for nobody. Let's be honest here. He's been on campaign trails. He's a guy then saw her. You know, if they don't want to say a certain people or certain, you know, tribe, he does that. I don't like the guy. You know what? For Mama Kande, honestly speaking, I just don't want to validate him at all. But I think he's the worst politician in the Gambia. He doesn't have respect for anyone. He says if Lawyer Dabo knows the law,
he has no respect, zero respect.
Yeah.
You know, you don't talk to anybody like that. Even
right.
You know,
he says if Lawyer Dabo knows the law, they are not going to jail him. You know, he said that on campaign trail many times. You know,
definitely.
I mean, he accused him sitting by Lawyer Dabo that day. Somehow he find it convenient, and somehow he's arguing himself to two lawyers. Somehow, you know, again, even the way he talks about Barrow. You know, after 3 days ago, I watched him on Kerfatu. He says, I'm not going to pick my phone and congratulate him, blah, blah. Who is Mama Kande? I mean, what is his following? I mean, the majority of the votes that he has came from Fonyi when he aligned himself with APRC.
With Jameh,
majority of his areas that he won in 2016 all flip away from him.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the reality. You know, if you see Omar Sise all of a sudden congratulating Barrow right on, you know that he knows what's cooking. These are smart politicians. They know what is in their way because, you know, the NAM election is 4 months out. So this is a guy, Lawyer Dabo should not even associate it because he doesn't have any respect for UDP. If he has respect for UDP, he would not call Dabo on the on what's called it, Jameh on the platform, campaign platform. And I wish MC would come here, MC's champion, because I've been following MC. And I'm quite disappointed as a young man. You know, I mean, you should not go to that length because of you believe in your party leader not to stand up and speak the truth. I mean, there are a lot of misinformation. I mean,
MC is watching. He's watching.
Yeah, definitely. I think Mama Kande is very, you know, the politics of disrespect of you know, I don't know the word to use. Yifi hair bange. That doesn't sell with the Gambian voters. Well, ñu dem a beneen clip ñu ñëwaat ñu dem a beneen clip because you know, we want to also have a laugh at the expense of our politicians.
Ñu indi Henry Gomez.
Ñu indi Henry Gomez moom itamit. Definitely campaign bi neexoon na.
Why man, I don't see the future for GDC after all. In my honest opinion, they put down themselves. They stoop so low, and the man, all I see with him was aggression, and he's very aggressive, aggressive.
And like we said, you know, some of his, you know, when people tell me that it's because he feels Adama Barrow is from a different tribe that is less, you know, that is superior to them.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that is so disgusting. But let's go with Henry Gomez and come back now.
Well, people know Satan is not aimed to caricature anybody. We are just trying to make a laugh and recap on these things.
On some of the moments during the campaign.
Yes. So
please don't take offense, huh? But I know
So when you start and we are doing this anyway, man, just small picture domes, man, they might threaten why. Those things are not worth it. I don't think we need to educate each other as young people. Egal ko.
Okay, I'm egal ko.
5 years def nañ ko ci nguur xam nañ naka la xapune. Demba bañoo wax ne na ñëpp ñëw ci gaali nuux gi. Gaañi dañ bañoo na ñëw. Fim nekk xam nañ ne Adama Barrow pare na Ousseynou. Seen kaw la jëm de. Ci seen kaw la jëm fim nekk nii suma waay janax yaa ngi ut fuñ laaxu. Da nga fonda ñun xamuñ li xew fim nekk nii roge Malick Lo amul lum ñu ŋaañi wut tey bu ñëwee di ñu félicité nangu nañ félicité bi waaye ñu ngi ko bàyyi xel because xam nañ ne mayoral bi moom laa jéem a koofa de
waa du sotti
sotti
maa moom ki woog baabu it
non maan woog baabu it loolu dafa passé bu ees bi la ñu gaañi bugg a indil affaire yi volco bi tan gi tan du dem rey lekka tan dafa xaar ñu rey ba pare mu lekka ñoom li ñoo bëgg mooy ñun ñu liggéeyal leen ñu ñëw cop atekela jang yes sir.
Somebody asked me when you go to State House, ask the rebel government for me. Dahin bi ak sipa-sipa yi.
Tay muru puj.
So naka la kan la ñoo lekk dahin bi ak sipa-sipa bi?
Manela fim nekk ni napakat yaa ngeen napa sipa-sipa yi.
Waaw.
Te dañ ko boole in lobster.
Waaw.
Fii Makati Square.
Wow.
That's Henry Gomez. Indil benen bi pa os indil lo bi diro dugal ci groupe bi.
No, but bi how ini sun this how ini bi ni mama bi kukande bi nak lañu mujé go.
Waaw kukande fam ñu indi ko momi tamit fen yim fi fen.
Kukande mom tu sa fa ñaaw so koy wax. Acha kukande ñëw na.
Nañ aat kukande tamit.
Tay trophée yi nga xam ne moom la ñu waroon jox les grands féticheurs man doomi Sénégal bi maa ko jël ma doomi Fuladu bi Thierno Amadou Kunkuli Kunkande
fan yële suñu émission bu mujj ba néew nga ma nguuru Adama Barrow menacé wu na coow dina yëngu Gambie jamono yi la ci ginnaaw ñu gis ay nit yu jug di marche ne na Yaya Jammeh dellu si waa Trieste jot na aussi tamit yëngal fa ba Gambie dund ay moment yu xaw a difficile.
waaw dëgg la mooy Trieste bi 2020 bi Barrow dafa waroon wàcc parce que Yaya Jammeh wàcce na sur le terrain wàccee fa ay féticheurs yoo xam ne si Afrique bu ñuul bi lañ ne pour maanaam jële fa Barrow waaye gannaaw loolu waa ECOWAS nu wàcc sur le terrain xeexax at jaam yàlla yooyu moo tax tey Gambie sauvé wu si Barrow waaye Barrow aux prochaines élections 2022 day wàcc day daanu kenn mënu ci dara.
Ku fen na.
waa hendengo kenn tubaab.
ku fen na.
One minute rek bu nga la laaj loo xam si élection bi tey ak noo koo dundee.
élection bi ni ma koo dundee mooy Gambien yi ñoo design góor gi moo lii kenn mënu ci dara Gambien yi ñoo bëggal seen bopp Adama Barrow Gambien yi ñoo bëgg développement Gambien yi jàmm lañ soxla yaa ngi understand hey benn affaire moo am dundit tan mooy nga tax yow da ngaa toog fële nit ñi liggéeyal la nga ñëw ne waaw fi mu nekk ne yow da nga war a jël li nit ñi liggéey Essa Faal lim ñoo jaay boo waxee mu ne jànga fan la ko yóbbu bu nekkee ne he is behaving stupid jànga fan la ko yóbbu fu ko jàngaam yóbbu na wàll loolu fan la ko jàngaam yóbbu Essa boo ko waxee benn sax mer soo Essa yow ku mel noonu yow amanguloo moto saykul nga dawal di tampon nit ñi bu nga joxee moto naka nga def da nga rayaxe dafa rey nit ñi Essa ku mel noonu yow Essa da nga taxaw ne sa alal yëpp da nga ko jël yóbbu ko Sénégal investé yow ndaw ñi fii lan nga leen bàyyi dara yow sa jabar du Gambien suñ jabar yi démba dañ leen indee suñ doom yi ñu saani karta yow yaa nga ñëw sa jabar nga toog si moto gi nga dem saani karta ñëw Essa lan la ñu foog i dof bu tey buy wax waxi jàng Yonen Mohamed ban university la si yonen Isa ban college la dem yonen taw ban primary school la dem bon def fi ciocio bu ñu gëté
kon tey victime celebration bi tey mbaxali pour naka dahini puuj baaj bi fan la
gis nga fi Magadi Square gi tey dahini puuj baaj bi dahini puuj baaj bi dafay ru puuj di puuj baaj yi ñoo bañ duñ ko joxe nguur kenn du ko joxe noonu ñoo bañ duñ ko joxe
no back way to State House
yooni gannaaw fi amul
Gambian people ya decide
ay parenteer yëpp suude nañu
yena tak
gis nga dëkk bi jaama rek
yena tak
pour ñëw pour jox ñu jaama ñu
jox la jaama
boo ñëwee nag pour jox ñu fit ba ñun ci na nga def ñu ngi taxe ay doon taka belta fit
yena tak jërëjëf
no mbaxali puuj paaj bi man musuma lekk daxin bu am sipa ak lobster foog NPP tooga ko
Gambia mama fo ci defane comme ça
aji fanta ana sama video yi na duga si TikTok xale yi lañ fa TikTok
fo ma seti ba fo ma seti hen
way ki naka dede lan content je lan je foog ma indi lan content ma naka la tudda sax lan som kon je no oh my God. But like we said, moving on, Nancy Ananga, I think looking at...
I'm right here.
Yeah, Nancy, you spoke about GDC, Mama Kande. What do you think about this politics of we're superior, our tribe is more superior than that of Barrow, so he should not be my president, and all of these things that we hear from him? Langsong Konje, fog ma indi len Langsong Konje.
I think I agree. I spoke on Mama Kande earlier on. I think he's just highlighting his insecurity. And like I said, Gambians have rejected him and Yaya Jammeh. So I'm just happy on that part that he was completely rejected and he needs to go, disappear. Let him just be gone already. Don't we have a video clip of him somewhere where he's acting the fool?
Mama Kande, dinañ ko ut. Dinañ ko ut. Moy fi mo waxee ne du congratulate Barrow moom xam nga moom dafa mun a serious
ki lay contact ñu government said na call ko kenn government ay contact
no bëgg naa ñu indi kii naka la tudda
okay
ana video bi sax video bi lay ut nii
okay
ana Mama Kande
okay
ak Kucha bi mu defaral lawyer Dabo
oh QTV
xoolal nag dañ fa war a bàyyi affaire yi show yi Saturday night
waaw yow moom yow xam nga yow
show yi Saturday night daal mama man daf ma di déranger
waaw dina la déranger ñun mi toog fii ñun déranger wuñu
ñun ay yàqal ñun we are clean
xam nga daf dee bëgg a di put yéen in our faces waaye garaawut
ñun we are clean
I'm just saying yéen a ngi nii yéen a ngi si Europe gi seeda di leen rey
thank you
thank you ñun nañ toog fii ut daxa ji puuj paaj one day ñu ko ju puuj paaj
no send them ma Langsong Konje
why mama are we fair? Did we talk about Jameh? Not Yaya Jameh. I don't know.
It is Yaya Jameh. I think Yaya Jameh he has been given the red
not card. Yaya Jameh, the other Jameh who was contesting. What's his name? Abdullah Jameh.
Yeah, go ahead on Abdullah Jameh.
I don't know much about the guy. All I heard was he lives in Birkama and did a lot of work there. That's all I know about him. So I cannot speak on him. He barely some areas he had like 0 votes. So I think this is a clear indication for him that he's not mature to even register a political party. That was
civil aviation. He is a gentleman.
Yeah,
he is highly intelligent.
Gentle rabbit. It doesn't mean elections.
This guy, he came in the same shoe with CA, I would say, and Essa Mbye Faal. And what he did, he's trying to introduce himself to the Gambian population.
Yeah.
So far,
I don't think that this is xamoon na ne this time xaaral rek mu ñëw rek pour ñu def it. I don't think this is the election that he's serious about.
Hey, Mama, uyul fat so si comment si.
Yeah, so what I know about Abdullahi,
yeah. I am not reading it out loud.
He used to be the the Director General for Civil Aviation Authority.
Civil Aviation, yeah.
Yeah, and originally he hailed from Badibu. So originally Badibunka, original guy. So but it's so funny, because Abdullahi's leaning is always been towards UDP. And in fact, I have no proof to this. People were saying he was dismissed from civil aviation because the government felt he was a UDP.
He was UDP, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, I mean...
So what happened? Why did he branch off?
I'm not sure. I don't know. But, if you remember the former Secretary General, it's Usman Baji. So I think Usman Baji was the founder of the party, but they selected on which whole lot of people came together and they pick him as their flag bearer. So they think he has roots in Badibu, he can appeal, and he lives in Brikama and all that. So, and I thought, if you've been dismissed from UDP and you're a sympathizer for UDP, it would make sense just to augment them. And but I'm not sure what those discussions were, and I was not privy to any of that. So eventually he contested on his own ticket, and
I don't think we know much about him. What his policies are, I haven't read anywhere about him. I don't know about his supporters.
He's somebody, Nancy Kohamne. He's somebody to look out for in the future. Definitely, I can tell you that without a shadow of a doubt. But
he's quiet and he's very
compassionate. If he's trying to make a statement, how come Essa Faal made a whole lot of noise and buzz than him? Essa Faal joined the party at the Entitlement. Have we talked about CA already?
Yeah, but Nancy,
failure to launch. Citizen Alliance.
Yeah, but because Essa has 70,000 fan club members on Facebook, and that was quite
I'm sure he has learned that fans club does not necessarily translate into votes. People like him on the TRRC. That doesn't mean people want him to be their president.
I'm looking for
Ismaila is my brother. Ismaila is my brother. So Ismaila, CA,
Ismaila, I have to give it to him. Every time I meet him, I'll tell him I'm not voting for you. I'm voting for Halifa Sallah, and he will spend a good 20 minutes to try to convince me to vote for him. And for me, that's what a good politician does.
That's how it should be. Okay, I'm not in a video. You can play it in that order.
I'm going by Gale.
Someone you guys need to mute. But while we're waiting, I hope Yaya Jameh is watching us. Yaya Jameh, congratulations for being rejected by Gambians twice in a decade. They did it in 2016, and we did it again last week. We don't want you in our politics. We don't care what you have to say. Stay in Equatorial Guinea. You know that politics have changed when Mama and Nancy are in Gambia.
Yes.
I have to say that to Jameh.
And just to add something to that, I even heard currently
Abdullahi Jameh.
Jameh, the thing about Jameh is I heard through folks who talks to some of his bodyguards back in Equatorial Guinea. He doesn't get along with none of them. He's currently guarded by the Equatorial security personnel.
Yeah, and I heard that his security are very, discouraged. They want to come. Most of them want to come back home.
Yeah, I think those are in negotiation. Also, they wanted to come back.
So
and,
who's this on the screen? Essa Faal?
Yes.
Say it again?
Let's go with Essa.
Is this Essa Faal on the screen?
Yes, this is Essa.
Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Amen. Amen.
Guy, what is this with this? You know, what is this with Opukai? You know, Nyep have this Opukai thing going on. Look at me.
It's the internet. It's the internet. Seri yi daal Opukai lañ diktal. ñoom Mr. Marom ñoom seen boss ñoom it amoon na Opukai.
Waaw Opukai daal dafay indi ngelaw.
Government be. It's not to government. This Facebook government and the leaders rule and lead by.
Okay, let's bring Musa Yali.
It's to government be. It's not to government. This Facebook is not to government and the leaders rule and lead by Uncle Bao Senu Dabo. So no Uncle Bao Senu Dabo any negative the whole entire.
Dabo is the president of the.
Is the president of the Facebook. That's not that. The majority boycott. They boycott the network. They even boycott our national entity JTS. Now they went to Senegal.
Not to government.
This is all for laughs. These are the people who kept us entertained during the elections. Xanaa amuñ benn pour Adama Barrow. Adama Barrow nag keroog press conference bi mama xar na dëkk bi. Man dama foogoon ne audience yi dégguñ ko. Adama Barrow giix na si télé bi. And I heard it was so loud. Adama Barrow. And I was like, I hope the mics are off. But apparently it sounded loud on TV. People were like, ew, what was that? Did you have to put it off? Must have to
Even GT ak benen bi mala yone.
GT egg na musico.
Bi safante la kula saf nga saf ko.
Ma delo ko gannaaw.
Bi safante la kula saf nga saf ko.
Wow, kula safut bu ko saf.
Affaire bi safante la kula saf nga saf ko. So UDP affaire bi safante la Gambia ni Barrow lañ saf ñu saf ko.
Mu jeex tak.
UDP safuñ affaire bi safante la kula saf nga saf ko. Gambia ni ñu ne Barrow moo ñu saf ko. Loolu Yaya Jammeh loolu moo waa loolu dafa wecc affaire bi safante la kula saf nga saf ko loolu.
No, elections yi affaire bi safante la.
Kana am waay mbay gele. Oh.
Mbay gele foog ñu ut ko waaye indil beneen
gele bi mais 200 xamat
indil lan Sonko njee.
Okay.
No, but we're also just highlighting some of the moments during the campaign that really, just had people in stitches, basically, Oh my God.
CA, I mean, we need to talk about CA, why they did not contest.
Yeah.
Because Lulu, it even though it didn't go down well with them, why it was very for now they should have just go ahead and not campaign, in fact, to waste money, but at least just get on the political pools.
Thank you, Lolly. Thank you.
And to see the environment and see how it's like.
I don't think they campaigned after they were rejected.
No, they didn't even contest.
Their members are saying that CA is a party that is looking at you know, long term. That's why they I guess they were fighting or whatever not. But man, where I go back to basics is Amina Saho. Was that the George Amina Saho rule on the fact that the IEC should have given them, I think, a few days for them to submit the signatures. And I think a party like CA that have been around for a minute, they've been campaigning for years now. Like, they're not, you know what I mean? They've been around for a minute. To miss out on Banjul, to not understand that people like me and a whole bunch of us are registered in Banjul, but don't live there. And so they don't know how to find these registered voters. And there are very limited number of registered voters who actually live in Banjul. I think that was a bit premature.
Yeah, I think Fofu guy, they did a very, because I think a party has to have at least, you know, 200 in Banjul. Ñoo xam ne bona fide duñ dem pour sanel ken ku dul yow. That should have been there. But again,
253 voitures pour indi nit ñi ñu dem fa fay chauffeur yi lu ëpp pour gars yi bañ 250 in fact 263 délégués Alaaji Man Mbay amé suñ contrat ak yépp ñu ngi toog guddi gi yépp liggéey ko chauffeur yi bañ ne duñ nangu loolu dem fañ war a jëlee essence ñu ne duñ leen jaay ku nekkul NPP duñ la jaay mais ni ko noon tey fii Gambia dinañ gis dara waaye nag lii mënuñ koo tere lii dafa sax ci xoli nit ñi ba pare kon ba tey Essa mu ñu déggu ak ndawam
God have mercy upon us.
Amen. 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 Do that.
You hold. Essa mu ne naka 250 man.
253 voitures pour indi nit ñi ñu dem fa fay chauffeur yi lu ëpp pour gars yi bañ 263 délégués Alaaji Man Mbay amé suñ contrat ak yépp ñu ngi toog guddi gi yépp liggéey ko chauffeur yi bañ ne duñ nangu loolu dem fañ war a jëlee essence ñu ne duñ leen jaay ku nekkul NPP duñ la jaay mais ni ko noon tey fii Gambia dinañ gis dara
The typical Senegalese.
Definitely. What you read, Mom, 253.
I think maybe it's time for us. We've been on for like almost 3.5 hours.
Yes, we're just playing the last living. Did we talk about, who else did we not talk about? Because I don't want us to miss out on any. CA we've talked about.
Did we talk about Halifa Sallah?
Yeah, Halifa is the one that we should talk about.
Halifa.
Okay.
I said it's a funny 33 I said 33
Yeah, Manglayone but play Al Jang Habib.
Mama, I think I sent you something today. I voted for Halifa Sallah, and I wish I can sit here and say that I confidently voted for Halifa Sallah. I had my reservations, and I think somebody wrote something like my reservations and my worries about him. Halifa Sallah is a gentleman. He has done a lot for Gambia on a grassroots level, but you know, and he has gracefully exited the stage and pretty much trying to live what he preaches. But I think my only issue, and I wish Essa was here to really debate me on this, is what I forgot Ahmad something said. He said Halifa never held a government position like Ousseynou Dabo and Adama Barrow, where the voters can criticize them and judge them on their work. Halifa have been in the National Assembly pretty much his whole life. We all know, what the National Assembly is, and I know he's been hailed as a national hero, and he is a national hero because he's always there for Gambia every time there's any sort of disagreements, especially between government and the young or the population. When Jameh refused to leave, he was one of the few politicians who stayed behind and really duke it out with him. So, Gachangara, Halifa Sallah, Gambian say amun dara luñ la wax. Why dama hala disagree ak mom, and I know this is not going to be a popular opinion. In the sense, yes, he can say that I'm done. I don't want to run for re-election anymore. But I think Halifa, like Essa Faal, they do show this, mafigina janga, dama janga, dama ham, and it tends to resonate with people. But if somebody else does what he does, they will not get away with it. And my big question to our audience is, do we give Halifa Sallah a pass? Because we have, apart from his National Assembly membership, he's never held a government position. So we really don't have much to judge him on in terms of what would Halifa have done if he was our president. He's been telling us what he would do, but he didn't have the opportunity to do it. He's never held a government position. So we are buying an idea. We are buying an idea. And so that was I voted for him, but I was hesitant. My hesitation with Halifa is, would we have a pressing issue to make? And Halifa will take, I don't know, much longer to get to a decision, because he's all about checking his T's and this anal behavior that we've seen in him. And maybe that's what Gambia needs. Maybe Gambia needs a man like Halifa, who's extremely anal and refuses to take government positions. But again, like I said, that was my hesitation. I voted for him. Come on now, doesn't that say something? I voted for him, but I'm just expressing my hesitation.
Anita, go ahead.
Nancy, if I may come in here right now, Damale try to create a debate between man and PDOIS. Why Damale realize ne someone at some point they seems not to agree, because nyom thing they knew is different from what I'm saying in terms of government political context. Now, Dama ever disagree with the system, issue of system change. The Gambia have a system. What we need to trying to revive the system to get life on. But we already have a system, but what kind of system do we have? Does it match with what we want today? But I did not wholly disagree to some extent. We need a system change. No. We are now in Africa. Now, the African continent as a whole operates under one system, more the incumbent, and that's it, let's go on. Now, what Halifa was trying to inject into the Gambian population, it was too expensive and too high up there to explain into a layman's term to Halifa to guy understand. Now, given the fact that Halifa has been the DOI has been campaigning since 1982, I would say, and they have never won an election or in many popular areas. Lita Lanlamoy, where they speaking the language that goes into the hearts of the people. Now, during that time, they are competitors. Halifa or PDOS was not playing to counter what was going from the other end. And in politics, for you to make a change, you need to be in the system or in government to effect the change. But if you want to be outside the system, outside the government, crying for a change, people will look at you now, when is the change going to come in? Now, hadn't been that they play the politics that the Gambia was the needed politics in the Gambia. then they will have the opportunity to make a change. They are the best party, or not the best party, but they have everything. Or expectancy party. But one proverb I will keep saying: politics and morals, then them left and right. Politics nekut yefi gor, such to say. Now, that is not to say that ñi ci nekk ñuy win jam nañ. No, but they are responding to what is needed in that current situation. And Lee, like they always were, and no matter how campaign, I was calling him. He was giving me directions. He was advising me of what to do. But academically, politics is not an academic field of thought. Politics is not an academic. Politics does not pave a way for academic excuses. It's about the game. You need to get in there, convince people, and you get in there, then you need to change their lives. And I believe if Halifa was to win today in the Gambia, it will not make any effect. But the only thing that will satisfy Moy, number one, may na parade ko fa nekk de mom olingo. But the government, do we trust the government? He said, no, we have seen Barrow and the government, coalition and the government, what it was like. You know, it's infiltrated UDP, you know, Ben party, you know, sabotage. This will happen because of the Gambian mindset. The civil servants and the civil service of the Gambia is what would not represent what Halifa is as a person. We're talking about here, DOI policies right now. Do they match with the government? Yes or no? Do they match with the people's need? Yes. These are all things that are debatable. So it will be very hard if PWIS did not come to reality. And Hamne, we need youth movement, we need women's mobilizers, we need Jack Society, we need campaign. We need T-shirt, we need Yai Company, they may need Sakuma.
Wow, you Anita. Khadija Ibrahim Jabi, send me the Ale Fonsaje. Bobu la ñoo tejé mom. Bobu we have to. I love that song.
Yes.
Yo kan mo na ne li nga wax ni yeb ñun amuñ ko. Way wax da nga wax li lu sa wax da nga wax li nga xam di. Yo da nga top fo rek di assume.
Wa waxal. Legi waxal lo bëgg defend Halifa. Hey ñun.
Alright, man ñoo ma fi pour defend Halifa de way li ma wax ne pa su mu ne so bëggee make a change da nga wara nekk in the system to make a change. Ana ñu nekkon in the system bi bu coalition bi ñëwé ban change la gaay. Du ñu change lo xamne mo leen fégo.
Khadija, send it to my WhatsApp.
So that all is just, you know, some what you are having. It doesn't have any grounds. You know, one system like Halifa has been in the system since he started up to today. But Nancy said something that Halifa has not been in any position or stuff like that. From Gambia, that new position they maybe is just Kuneka minister. That is what position is all about. You know.
No.
Gambia's development. Working in Gambia's development is far more than being a minister. Minister is something they do their body, but they are just giving direction over a ministry. While you implement work is not the minister.
Why Gange what I mean the oversight role at the National Assembly. Lifa jala yep. Bari na de. Munon na gena protest de gena teda si suuf si parliament floor bi berengu.
So no. No.
No. It's not about numbers. What lu ñoo wax moy dafa am yena bill yo xamne bu ñëwé da nga bañ béti da ci kaw National Assembly bi di rôle comme ni ko Cheikh Bamba Dié defoon ceene boppam si lefin bi si National Assembly wall bi ne dafa protest ne touche pas mon constitution non la waroon a def moom itamit di tëdd si suuf di rôle dama
expect Halifa Sallah to do. You know, the expectation and PDIs, I get it, is so high. I understand it. The expectation is high. But we have to recognize what Halifa Sallah did. Because I did not join Halifa Sallah. I joined PDIs. I joined. So the personality of that man is not what I talk about. It's the PDIs entity. We need to look at what PDIS has done in Gambian politics up to date. PDIS is the only party in government why they have instituted so many place so many people in Gambia. Nyankoy school, you know, which is now taken over by government. PDI is a coffee. Nyata political parties, nobody does school.
Anita, from your tone, Uncle Halifa Tamid. Feeling Japa, lawyer Dabo, you're playing for Japa. Money, what name Halifa Dal at Kini, Nakala to the Nakala Ken and Kituda? Uncle Key.
Halifa at Essa Mbye Faal. Mune Halifa is 33. And mom, he is iPhone 13.
Halifa at CD Alanywa. Nyom dal dañ warona jël di berengu ci house floor bi National Assembly di berengu di bañ nit ñi xamne waaw ñi definitely lifin nañ waye desna Serian, you're agreeing with me. He should have amna yo xamne dafa jala waru to na jala
no what I was gonna
wa baax na wa dégg nañ la légui ñu bay la
na gisu len protest speech bu Halifa ak CD def ci National Assembly bi ben ñu ne he was overboard dafa dem overboard lo len bëgg tamit
yoy lañ gëna bëgg nak yoy lañ gëna bëgg légui lé mu def protest speech légui lé mu daanu ci suuf halangu légui lé mu jóg taka bopam ci lefin bi ci wall bi di protest yoy lañ bëgg des na
mama yow yaay tok fi di make jokes on the new Gambian naka la ko today.
You know, I was listening to the caller. I think, you know, we just got to be fair to everyone here. So I think Halifa had a lot of respect for Halifa and Sidia, as you guys said. You know, besides 2016, where he has a good legacy. I mean, no one can take that away from him. He stood for Gambia during the impasse. He was communicating where we preserve peace and tranquility, and kudos to him. But when it comes to legislation, what are some of the major accomplishments that he did at the NAM? I mean, what are some of the things that we'll say after Halifa resigned, both Halifa and Sidia, by the way, that will say this is one of the hallmarks or one of the laws that, you know, took and run with it, convince, bring both sides together. And I think even for the new constitution, I think he could have, you know, go far and beyond, because one of the sticking points on this constitution was, you know, the 5 years, the transition 5 years, whether that's going to be part of the constitution that needs to be counted, or that needs to be grandfathered, and because everyone says two-term. So I think, you know, and not only Halifa, I think the executive too didn't push hard. I mean, vice presidents in the United States, basically they are behind the president. The president doesn't show up, but the vice president is like a link between the legislature going out there, show some type of leadership, bring folks together and say, hey, you know, we can come in agreement on this and pass this. Though I will state here very clear, some of the clauses in that new constitution, I don't agree with it. I don't think the Supreme Court, you know, the folks that are currently occupying it, they should be a lifetime appointment. No. I mean, I think some of them doesn't have the experience as per, you know, before the country. And also the alcalos and the safos, we need to give them back the power. They are like in their local communities. They are back in the days when Jawara was there. You know, I see ministers going back to the safos, the alcalos, and saying, hey, you know, I need you to help me. And they are, you know, apolitical. I mean, I think we just need to go back. So those are little clauses that I think, you know, needs to get back, but overall is good. But I think he could have shown a real. He needs to push that agenda, and I think a lot of people would have listened.
I think if he gives up also on the National Assembly seat, I think he will be missed, especially at the PAC. Definitely, where he really gives us.
Wallahi billahi tallahi, ni Adam ala jawiyata, ni Adam ala wichet, natural wichet. Nga bata men chanyi. Iko ka Gambia no le full.
Bob Marley ko, you can fool somebody, but it's not everybody. We see light now. Now we are see light. Stand up for your right. We stand up for our right. You stand up for your right. You are citizen, but you are a wicked citizen. You wicked citizen close to him to destroy Gambia. Wallahi bilal bebe killing kasarla.
No, langsung konge. No kokuma. No, UDP, you know, upper character, like, to Purwalen de Garek. Sorry, and you know, upper character.
But Mama, I want to recognize that during the elections, even with the militants, it's a democratic process. We are allowed to express our opinions as much as sometimes it's unpopular. We've all been invested in it, and I'm going to miss the politics. You know, it was fun. We all enjoyed it. You know, we disagree. We've deleted a few. You know, you'll bump into a few at the supermarket, and I'm like, I ain't talking to you. Like, how am I your bad affair? You know, but at the end of the day, we are all Gambians. And I love the passion that we all have and the belief that our candidate is the better person to lead Gambia. I think all of these emotions are all tied to our passion to see a better Gambia. And for some of us who've never voted during elections, for me, it was extremely emotional to be in Gambia and participate in the elections. So, you know, congratulations to Gambia.
Yeah, I think
the process was Gambia won, really. And I am convinced that we will never, ever allow one individual to dictate us, to harass us, to pretty much take over. It's a new day.
ñi ñoy ki moy landlord bi ne koku jabaram bi dal nim don celebrate daf ko naxari so na gay move out
ila mu fobe hadani ro men na suko na ngal billahi
ki bena bade bu nga landlord la wow
ila mu fobe hadani ro men
people man unfortunately I think I'm going to take a bow.
ila mu fobe hadani ro men na suko na ngal billahi wallahi tallahi o so ila ko kama nsi bulan na koda kuno damba ba ila muso na da sino ale pala so ni ale sawum billahi wallahi tallahi ngayen karkil ngol dal dialla ale pala so ni ale sawum please ila ko kama ila ko nsi bulan na so kono ba ila muso na da sino na pala so ni saw no compromise billahi wallahi tallahi ta tulan na so kono billahi wallahi tallahi pala so ni ale saw ila muso na da sino la na so ngo ila muso be hada
No. For you guys that don't speak Mandinka, limo wax ni dal mune bi NPP wine dal ki brodam hawma o tenantam bi ni dal jabaram celebration yim don def diko hawa ñaawal dal mom munatu ko jël so na gay ut fu ñoo dem ñu gëna këram daxana len 1 month la len may ñu
so serian bi non kon gam ñu mom waaw ñu way so
no it's just
it is funny. So I was talking to someone yesterday, and she was telling me, she said this old man is a passionate UDP supporter, and every time he will pull his pillion and sit in front and just turn Pamodu Bojang or play all these WhatsApp and say UDP playing Banco Tara double kilo to kill I can send it. So it was so funny. He was cracking you. He says, hey, are you still surviving? I said, no, I'm surviving. And he goes, you know, today this guy was he said the old Badibunga guy. As he was passing by, the radio was not on. He was sitting in his same pillion and he has his cruise. And he says, Pabi, ibe kairato. He says, Kairadoro, he says, Dabo Jula. And he says, ite bona muntu le dinnu kuluma le ka jamana jata la ñu mogo he started running after her and says yalla ñu dinnu bona muntu So it was so funny. But he says, he says, where's your radio? Today I didn't hear any radio and all that. And I said, people were passionate, people, these are things that I miss too. It's really, really, really interesting, but he says, the guy said, the old man said, so it's, it is just funny. It is, but and I was Nancy. I think Nancy signed up. But here is some of the people that I think that stand a chance. And you guys mentioned Ismaila. I think give it to Ismaila. Ismaila has been in areas in the Gambia that I really, really did not think that was things that are happening behind this, like in Bakau, where the local women burn their fishes and stuff. There was no ceiling, there was water. So some of things that he highlighted during his campaign. But he did well.
I hope, that the Barrow government didn't kodeklu, and even look at those things and do something about it.
Yeah. So but I think Ismaila also stands for chance. And for me, what I would encourage him, Ismaila, if you guys don't know, but Ismaila's dad was a civil servant. He works at the forestry. He was born in Brikama, and the mom used to be a teacher. Kadi, Auntie Kadi. They are well known in Brikama. If I had to encourage Ismaila with everything that happened, and based on what Barrow said, and I'm trying to be his strategist here, non-payment for real. But I think at the grassroots, I think Ismaila has a future.
Yes.
Post Barrow, right? I would highly encourage him to think about it. Think about it for a minute. I think Ismaila needs to vie for chairmanship at Brikama. I really think so. At the area council, that would give him a little bit of reaching out and building his own organizational structure, introducing himself to people within the West Coast region. And if anyone is listening to this, for CA, he needs to think about it, because Barrow said he's gonna pass the term limit. I mean, he's not gonna be there forever. But of course, Ismaila has the appeal. He's definitely educated. He's very likable when he speaks. There is connection there. Right? Boy bu nice. Obama, Gambia's Obama, right?
Rohi Malik lo yang gini wat bila UDP yena fi gëna bari nak yeen mo
confident bi nga waxe da nga waxe bi confident
well confident bi degulo I told you from the beginning mané it's a referendum suma la né it's a referendum moy min né deka bi dafa naxari this is a fact my brother li du affaire lu nobu non digala mané demal ci borom luwas kat bi laaj ko yata la luwas bi I did my homework before ma gëna su du ton yaram ndaw ñi ak jigéen ñi wallahi ko non ma nga feneen bu doon li rek la ko doon du ma fi toog easy way bi la ko amé dega easy way bi la ko amé ma nga taw suma ya ko so tëdd dina law waaye suma consent moo ma ko mayut suma consent mayu ma ko.
That's Rohi Malik Lo again. Why not my favorite piece the resistance bala ñuy tëj I have to bring Mugok. That was Mama Jali. No, I think this was the Naka, the song of the whole. The people who say Nugene prison Belegi. I think this song just resonated with all of his supporters, and it's just such a beautiful song. We have to bring it as well. But like we said, this was just again an analysis of Linga Hamne Mom Lain Fok. Again, these are just opinions that we're sharing with you. We don't claim to know anything. We don't claim to know everything, but at least, you know, we've seen very good write-ups that we've learned from, and this is what we're sharing with you. People like Mustafa Swandi and all of these people who have written and really, you know, also said some of their pieces. So ñu wax leen rek thank you. Ma bàyyi Nancy ak gaay ñu tëj ndax ñu mun a dem fi mu nekk nii yaaga nañ fi de yéen a ngi nii nag. Thank you so much. Kontaan nañ. Go ahead, Sarian. Nga door ñu tëj. Nancy ana nga ñu tëj.
All right. As I said, it was a great discussion, and I think this is what Gambia is all about. And you know, elections pass and gone, and we are gonna continue to have these conversations and reflect on it. And you know, UDP as a party, you know, I think it's very valuable. And you know, elections, if it happens, you've been defeated. There's a lot of disarray, but I think, you know, strategically, all these feedbacks that are getting is not to beat down anyone. These needs to be taken constructively and kind of look at those numbers. I mean, where is the messaging? Where did we not being able to connect very well and take that message on board and redraft and re-strategize our messaging? You know, messaging is gonna not, if somebody don't agree with you, you need to be angry. No, as I said, read the manifesto, understand it, but also speak to the language that folks needs to understand. Okay, do not underrate. I mean, I've seen, you know, whereby MPP, they take snapshots and say, oh, they are only, you know, kids out there, you know, following Barrow. That we all know that's not real, right? We've seen my friend and good brother Fabu Sanes. You know, the people that we think could not connect went out there. They walked door to door. And kudos goes out to them, you know. Fabu really understand community.
You know,
building.
the likes of Dusano, Fabu, and all of these people.
Yeah,
they really,
Maimuna,
you know, Nima Kinte, Maimuna Sise, you know, they all went on the ground.
Right,
and whilst we were talking on Facebook, they were with the grassroots doing the work that was required.
Right. And UDP and we have foot soldiers too. But we just need to redouble. And election, as I said, NAM elections are like 4 months away. I would not love for Barrow to sweep and the government, MPP government across the board, both the executive level and the legislature. I want a mix. I want a divided government. I want people who can stand up and say, hey, too much debt. Okay, we're not doing things right. We're not awarding contracts the right way. There's not much public scrutiny. So I want the NAM at least, if we lose some seats, I want at least majority. I want a mixed government. Areas that we did not compete, go out there and talk to the locals, talk to them about their bread and butter issues, things that they are having issues with, understand them. And again, taking people from Combo and taking them to Fonyi, really, how do you measure the effectiveness of your messaging at that grassroots or that local and the crowd? So be careful of those. I think those are much pitfall, because when you bring the campaign and you set up the people that you transport from one area to another, those people tend to fill out your seats and they are the representation at that moment, at that meeting. So how do you gauge or how do you measure the effectiveness of your messaging and how are you appealing to those locals? That is something that they need to kind of look around very much, because I've seen NPP doing that very much. They were going door to door, doing little crowds and everything else, knowing those people, getting their phone numbers, their names, and following up on those voters to make sure that they are actually going to show up to vote. So that is my closing for today. Good to see you, Nancy. And I hopefully one day I will convince you to join UDP, to be a dissenting voice, okay? Same like Mama.
I am a UDP woman. I told you I was raised.
Yeah, but
I
you didn't
was
vote
raised
for
in a UDP family.
Yeah, but you didn't vote for UDP, and I want things you said alienation, and this is key word to me, alienate. Why do you feel like UDP alienate some of you who were part of 2016, part of before Jameh downfall? You were with us, but now you feel like you're being alienated. That's a conversation we all need to take back to the party and talk to them. Hopefully we'll convince some of you who felt alienated. We need to have those discussions moving forward and convince you to come back to the party. That's what I want.
Thank you very much. Thank you to our viewers for tuning in. We have been here for almost 4 hours. This is the longest show we've had, and I've been on and off. Dem na fi mama xamut li way man dem na fi ba Sénégal ba jël fi suma dibi ñu waat man ma xam loolu ba jël fi suma dibi dem na ba Sénégal ba jël fi suma dibi ñu waat tok leka yëpp ci show bi. And thank you to our viewers. Linguère Post is new. One day you guys are always there every time to nekkee online. We will disagree, we will agree. Yenang fa ñom Nubian Queen, ñom Fat Sow, those are like yen mom yenay Nubian Queen. Stay, no matter what we have on, you guys will be on with us. Thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts. We appreciate it. We know there are alternatives. Wante lima wax rek, Linguère Post fi nga ñoo fekk fi ñom mama Linguère ak ñun ñu def suñ cheveux, def suñ ñu kenn xamut am suñ ambiance di defante paos. Why, thank you so much. And the elections was a ride. I don't know about the rest of you, but I enjoyed it.
Yes,
I enjoyed it, and we look forward to April 2022. And yes. I hope and pray that NPP does not take the what is it called? Does not take the parliament. That will not be good for democracy. It will not be good for democracy. So
bu UDP continue ni day gaay dinañ jël fofu yëpp tamit de.
Non di ko jël su boba nak ma jóg campagneal doy.
Mu ngok dal wala nga jóg nekk MP wax naa la ni nga dem Banjul dama la yóbbu nga dem campagne this time dañoo win de ñun dañoo dem campagne nga nekk MP Banjul baax na.
Mama, maa ngi dégg bala nga dem maa ngi dégg kii naan Adama Barrow nice boy la xaw ma naka. Says who?
Says Ahmad Ba. Says Ahmad Ba ak ñaari jéegam yi bàyyi la.
He's all right. He has a very calm demeanor. I think when I met him, that was the takeaway. Barrow have a very calm demeanor. And when you watch that last press conference, he has learned a lot on the job. Yeah. He knows how to answer questions. He knows. We just need to work on the ethics part of it, the gear and stuff,
Yeah, but I think comme li nga wax la.
Mama, dama bëgg nga wax Babou Ndiaye Sala mu bàyyi ma mu ngi nii ma inbox Babou Ndiaye Sala bàyyi ma dama may ticket yi sudu.
Waaye ñun sa soxla nañ table de ñii daal moom ñu ngi fii rek ñun dara Wally Seck sa ñun am nañ table am.
Laaj naa la ko yow yaay fani Wally. I've never been to a Wally concert, so I don't know.
Maa ngi leen a jox sa free.
I might not be around.
Paos, come in.
Dama doon seet vidéo Bakau Suwe mu ne man soñ bu rëy la.
Waaw bu waroon nga ko indi de waaye dama ragal nag moom dégg naa ay jine la am.
Doy na. Bye guys, I have to go put my child to sleep.
All right, naka dee.
No, why, guy? Thank you very much. For now, politic is what makes Gambia unique from outside the world and beauty. No African country in the history of elections and politics. It was always been post-election violence. And guys anyway, why is all about like I said, they are open. take out the, if we say anything that you deem nonsense, take out the non and take the sense out of it. I'm not a political expert, but I am learning and I know a little bit, a lot. But right now, some of these things are giveaway for these parties to go and sit back and then reflect and work on it.
Yeah.
It's very good. People need to go and do canvassing politics. Going out to the people, change their mindset. That's what we need. And this is what exactly PDRS was trying to say. You change the mindset of the people so they are liberated, so they know what is duly belongs to them or what is rightly belongs to them. And thank you very much ci ñi nga xamé ñu ñoo topa comme suñ naka suñ ñaari jigéen ñi nga xamé seen tur mënuma ko faté every time moy
president a vice president.
Waaw waaye tey moom façon mu ma tek ci ma cheese comme ni ko kii def xaw ma kante xaw ma I don't know.
Mu ma cheese ron.
Wow, you know, so at guy déglu on the YouTube yep, thank you very much Fatou Moulay, and we appreciate man ko manito yep right now maa ngi gis viewers yi they are very very high ba pare ngeen follow ñu on Twitter ngeen like the page ngeen the website tamit loolu yep fana mama mu ngi make some more improvement mu ngi make some more work si nga xam ne fii liñ fi wax yep is for the benefit of the Gambian people. We have talked about all political parties and unfortunately waxtaan rek boo so UDP du neex the same thing as kon ni ko jite waxee UDP moo saf ñëpp by force.
Wow.
Amul kum safut. So let's condemn our differences. Politics right now. Let's come back together as Gambians and be friends and talk. And ñi xam ne lii rek mooy suñu jàmm ñun leen xam politique xeex bi dañ ko bàyyi Adama Barrow ak Lawyer Darboe ñun su yoon nekku ci. Wow,
I don't think politics should divide us down.
Yes, should not divide us right now. Then come together. Then Jehna campaign was very funny. Some things happen. You know, so together because Satan, danga resanga by mer, and Lee is what we call society. We need to fix our society. We have bigger. The last but not the least, this government. First thing we need to do right now, then prioritize our priorities right now. By my healthcare, but diaspora voting, it has to start from now. So you can start in 2025, it starts from now. I thought right now. Gambian in America, when they go into Gambia, they pay visa fee for $200. These are things we need to fight for it, and we need to speak to our government and say, look, that was imposed by Jameh to track down those who are going to Gambia. Now, Gambians going to Gambia, they should not pay any visa. Senegalese, they don't pay any visa. Now, we need to fight, we need to put our priorities right. The Gambians in the US, they support NPP when win. Now, focus on the common good. We do not want to see Gambians going to the embassy in New York to apply for visa to go to Gambia, paying $200. And going to Gambia again, paying $20 airport tax fee. So, collectively, diaspora voting starts now. Diaspora MPs start
so defute demarcation bi depuis léegi def lifin bi naka la tudda you know the demographics of fan la nit ñi nekk and stuff, it will not happen in 2026 as well. So ñun fana in the diaspora we have to start depuis léegi di advocate for diaspora voting and ñu taxaw xeex ko ñun ñëpp ñu bokk xeex ko amul ku nekk UDP ku nekk NPP foo munti di nekk. It is important ne bii moom ñun ñëpp ñu taxaw as one ñu xeex ko definitely.
So let's start now. Let's start now. Government will always say yes, but we need to start. And so next programs now we'll have a program on politics and development. We will monitor government. We will scrutinize government, and we will challenge government on things that they say that they're going to do. We will make sure we represent the average Gambian and the poor Gambian, irrespective of race, irrespective of tribe or color or ethnic background. But these are things that
are ethno-linguistic. No, it's my intellectual break.
So I thank you very much. Wow.
Yeah, Paos, as I always say, we have to thank those on YouTube, those on Facebook, on the Senegalese diaspora, on Leral as well. Jubante, sorry, Dylan Wahian Nyib Jerejef, thank you so much. And I think Lee Paos on the issue of diaspora voting, that we all have to come together regardless of our political leanings. And I also think just to say so if I can offend anybody, we apologize. That was not the essence of Lutah New Don't Def Show Bini. And I hope that people take the jokes and the videos as lightheartedly as we did, because definitely those were also things that made the politics of it fun and everything, because you have to see the funny side of some of the things that were said and some of the things that were done as well. So ñu ngi wax thank you to everybody. Di leen wax rek ne again, we will be back on Monday, on Friday at the Social Issues Show, and we will have a political show that's also coming on. Nancy is also going to have some interviews that she'll be doing as well. Those will also be coming on. Amina Jain is also going to be coming on with the Boss Show. So there's going to be a lot of things happening. Thank you once again to all of you for continuing to do this. Syrian.
Mama, nenteye bi wa UDP bi sen new spokesperson bi.
Wow, wow, harama indi bi.
And the current Secretary General
of
the United Democratic Party.
Of the United Democratic Party. No problem.
The former, Vice President in the Third Republic of the Gambia, Alhaji Lawyer Usainu Numukunda Mbaro Dabo.
Ako Alhaji Kunda Usaini Lawyer Usainu Dabo.
And the current Secretary General of the United Democratic Party.
Of the United Democratic Party. No problem.
The former, Vice President in the Third Republic of the Gambia, Alhaji Lawyer Usainu Numukunda Mbaro Dabo.
Ako Alhaji Kunda Usaini Lawyer Usainu Dabo.
So yeah, yang apa yang bila dog is
Wait, Sumande. No, UDP, you know, Victor. Syrian, your party, yeah?
You didn't see that video, the old man from Badibu, where he says Tamala ni Munumala Takanyana. You didn't see that video? Next time I will
send my Komadugal for you Lingard post.
I will send you that, Mama. But that is very interesting. I mean, he was dancing and he says Usainu Dabo Tamalani Munumala Takanyana. You know, Powers, do you understand that?
Yeah.
He says someone who crawl
and somebody that's walking
is
not going to be the same.
But it's a metaphor. Metaphor. Yeah. So that is the best video, and I have another one where they says the old man was dancing Berawuling and he was kicking the football. Those are very, very, very interesting videos. I watched those and
we will share them.
Yeah, and I miss. I will send that to Mama later. Next time she can play those. But man, those are videos that are very interesting.
Yeah.
For lawyer that would click so much with the elder Maninka generation. What happen?
No, it's the belief. I mean, it's the folklore. I mean, people really passionately believe that the man did a lot, and he stood and all the great things that he did, and they are passionately vying for him. So he has loyal supporters. It's going to take. This is why I said it's going to take a lot of work for Barrow to reach out to those voters and tell them that, hey, it would be nice for Barrow. Yes, the election is over. Would it be nice to send Lawyer Dabo on a special envoy to negotiate on terms of, on behalf of Gambia? So these are things that he just needs to kind of think about and kind of reach out to his voters who
I mean, if he's talking about unity, like he said, these are some of the things that he needs to do to unify the country, definitely.
Yep.
But thank you, all of you.
All right.
Thank you, Syrian. Thank you. Okay, kon ñu bàyyi leen fi mu nekk nii inshallah ba next week. Thank you so much, guys.